never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
A Friday. Are you ready for that? Well, ready or not, here it is. Making our way into the third day of December. Yeah, there you go. December 3 for 2021. Gotta look out the window and say, ain't no snow out there. Now it's December. For those who don't own a calendar, but for your calendarless neighbors, you might can excuse them for thinking it may still be November or even October, but based on the current color of the grass. And around the country, from the Pacific to the Atlantic, everybody putting up their Christmas lights or lighting their menorah candles without the usual wintry scene setter, as in, you know, the white, that blanket of snow. Where is all the snow, you might ask? Well, as of December 2nd, this past day, just 8.6% of the U.S. is covered by snow. According to the National Weather Service, that is the lowest amount of snow coverage at this time of year since all the way back in 2003. Which was, by the way, the first year records on what they call contiguous U.S. snow coverage began to be tracked. Now, at this time last year, 2020, the figure was 16%. And you go back to 2019, remember that winter, nearly half the country was covered in snow. It was 46.2% of the nation blanketed in snow. So the snow depth maps from this past day, December the 2nd of 2019 versus 2021. What a vast difference. And it's not just that many states in the country haven't seen the usual snow amounts yet. On the opposite end of the temperature spectrum, conditions are historically warm in many areas where we've been breaking some records this week. California, high temperature records for the month of December fell on Wednesday, including in Palm Springs, where they had a high of 91 degrees. Yeah, that warmth is far from over and will even expand further to the east over the next several days, leaving temperature records in peril for areas stretching from Oklahoma City to Lubbock, Texas to Little Rock, Arkansas, they tell us. Now, in Denver, residents are still waiting for the city's first measurable snow of the season. And the latest it's ever arrived, instead of snow on the first day of December, you got something a whole lot different. You tied your daily record of 73 degrees on that date. And this also continued Denver's streak of no measurable snow so far this season. AccuWeather says recently, one forecaster that had moved back to Colorado had said it's been a bit of a bummer to go this long without any snowfall. Coming back to Colorado for the first time, it is kind of a downer. It's December. We've not seen any snow yet in many spots, and what has fallen has been so little. A snowless fall in Colorado, he said that even hurts me more than a not-so-white Christmas. All I want right now is some snow, and the sooner on the calendar, the better. While those essentials or sentiments are likely shared by those throughout the country, not just those in the western half of the USA, they're even in the northern plains, where you're not seeing much of anything on the ground. There's a ski mountain in Spearfish that has not yet opened. Feel kind of bad for the people who bought their season passes. They haven't been able to get out there once yet. Now, to the east, a bit of snow has fallen. Areas around the Great Lakes in the northeast, like normal this year. But further to the south, the southern Appalachians, southern Ohio, the Ohio Valley, empty-handed right now compared to December's, in which much snow has fallen early, like last year. You know, the wintry precip is not only lacking, but unlikely to arrive anytime soon. Even though a cold front is forecast to sweep through the country early next week, high temperatures in the southeast will still be trending above average. We're not going to be challenging any additional records in the southeast, but highs are going to still be slightly to near above normal. So cooling will be much less noticeable compared to areas further to the north and west. Now, the long-range forecasters point in their 2021 edition of the annual White Christmas forecast that came out a few days ago, residents of lower latitude states and in the country's heartland going to be disappointed if you're holding out any sort of a hope for a scenic Christmas morning. Even in Denver, he said he couldn't care about missing out on a white Christmas, partially because of how many years he spent living in less snowy areas. And then, of course, working on television there, where if there was a white Christmas, I was actually working on those days anyway. But areas around the Great Lakes, you may be reading this news with a bit of disbelief because there has been some heavy lake effect snow that has fallen in recent weeks. For parts of eastern Wisconsin in particular, the snow was dense enough to account for multiple snow days. In heavily populated areas, we saw 7 inches of snow recorded in the town of Mountain, Wisconsin. So some winter sports enthusiasts did get a chance to get out for the ski season, head to some of the nearby mountains. Of course, over Thanksgiving weekend, we saw the lake effect snow across parts of northern Michigan, adding to the drama for some high-stakes late-season football games. The matchup in East Lansing between Michigan State and Penn State University, which was ultimately decided by a field goal, that game was played in steady snow. The field was covered almost from the opening kickoff of that game, after which we've seen multiple clipper storms, bringing a bit of snow to areas from upstate New York and northern New England. Well, as this winter, I think it's going to be a colder one, at least for the interior sections, from the Appalachians to the Ohio Valley to the Great Lakes. It's just a little late in arriving. But so far, it is definitely shaping up that way, even before the official arrival of winter. Of course, we are into the month of December. They are kind of highlighting coming up here that we're going to see a shift in the pattern, the storm track across the northwestern USA, allowing some storms to track further south and begin to target areas that have pretty much missed out on the drenching warm storms that brought disastrous flooding in parts of the Pacific Northwest and British Columbia there through the month of November. This shift in the stormy pattern will also bring the return of some colder air, which will allow a significant amount of snow to reach the mountains, and even some snow possible at some of the lower elevations. Now, the rain, that's all we've seen. Seattle, just nearly a foot of rainfall, 2 to 4 times their normal rain in the month of November alone. But meanwhile, the warmer air associated with that northern track has kind of chewed into the snowpack over the intermediate and higher elevations there. We saw a break from the major storms that will last through the end of this week. Of course, it is Friday, but more systems are gathering moisture over the Pacific, and they're going to take aim not only for the coastal areas, but finally further inland as we head on into the weekend. So finally talking about maybe a pattern which could bring, again, some snowpack back to some of the higher elevations out west. That'll all be really kicking into gear next week. As far as the weather map tonight is concerned, overall, the country is pretty much high and dry. Our next little clipper system bringing a bit of rain. A little bit of rain, southern portions of Wisconsin. Rain going to be pushing into the Madison, Wisconsin. From there, rain stretching back into central portions of Minnesota. You get a little bit further north. St. Paul is right on the zone where you're kind of transitioning. It's a little rain-snow mix there. And where the snow is falling, it is relatively light. We do not have any winter weather advisories or winter storm warnings, anything of that nature on the map tonight. As we pull things up there, it's just another night with fog, the big concern in the deep south, southern Texas, all along the Gulf Coast, from Louisiana through Mississippi, Alabama, southwestern Georgia, on over into the Big Bend area, the Florida Panhandle region. Fog issues in that part of the country. Aside from that, all I see is maybe some wind advisories up in the Dakotas and northwestern Minnesota. It's a relatively tranquil pattern as we head into a Friday, TGIF. There you go. All right, Roy is on board this morning. Hello, Roy. Heavy D checking in. Hello, Steve and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Philly Dan is in the house. Good morning, everybody from Philadelphia, where it's 53 degrees. Yeah, thank you, Chris, for keeping us rolling with Steve. Drivers, stay safe out there. And God bless the Rambler. All right, Mary Ellen is on board. Happy Friday. Yeah, well, for the real week, not a trucker's week, right? Hello to Timothy. Andy checking in. Kenneth, Mr. Q, as he calls himself. Merry Christmas, everybody, from Mr. Q. A little early on there. Hello, Pappy. It's Friday. Hello, Chris, if you're on. 48 degrees in Harrison right now. Yes, Chris is on the line, on hold. He'll be jumping in here momentarily. Richard, morning from Central Florida, 51 degrees. Bama checking in from the Hacienda this evening. Apparently, there was another incident of FedEx packages being dumped. This time, it was near Jemison, Alabama. It's not related to the driver who dumped the packages in Blount County. Those contractors pay their employees peanuts, so I'm guessing that's why some of this is happening. Hello to Zorro. Welcome in on a Friday morning. Go Dogs, right? Frank is on board. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Larry says it's almost vacation time for him. Gilligan is on board. Morning, Steve, Chris, my fellow listeners. Warm but a windy night on I-81 in Virginia. We've got 61 degrees and clear in Ironton, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. 007 checking in from Walcott, Iowa. The I-80 TA there tonight. The world's largest truck stop. That is correct. Copy in the mail there, Chevy guy Dimebag Denny checking in from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Congratulations, Mr. Scummer. Porn stars on board, checking in from Dallas tonight, where it's a very comfortable 65 degrees. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Just remember, Alec Baldwin did not pull the trigger. I heard that. I saw that headline earlier this week. Alec Baldwin said he didn't pull the trigger. What did the gun just randomly go off? Is that what he's trying to say? All right, Marianne. Good morning, Marianne, checking in from Southwest Ohio. See, Ken, still trying to get unloaded, but a beautiful driving day and night. Good morning to the overnight drive from Memphis, Tennessee. Safe travels, everyone, from Kentucky, Ken. There's a couple more here. B-Dude checking in. Morning, Steve and the Overnight Nation. Icebreaker. Good morning to Steve and the Overnight crew, where we've got 50 degrees in Virginia. And the legendary Big Moose doing it like Pruitt used to do it one more time. All right. Hey there, Miss Millie. Good to have you on board as well. Morning, Steve, and everybody out there. Looking forward to another great show. We've got 48 degrees, a little cool here in Bracken County, Kentucky. And hello, Kyle. Kyle's on board with us once again. I know you had to tune in to see what the boss had to say, right? Might have any. You don't want to miss out on that. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, underway on a Friday TGIF as we get set for the weekend. Yeah, another big college football weekend. I don't know, does it get any bigger than the Georgia-Alabama game that'll be taking place? That's a big one. Meanwhile, let me get up here and click on the unmute. Well, good morning, boss man. What's happening, Chris?
I'm just slaving away here, working the midnight show with all my buddies.
There you
How
go.
you doing, buddy?
On board. Yeah, how's things going? Are we still hanging out in the Sunshine State, or are you back at the home 20? What's going on?
I was back at the home point. First of all, can you hear me okay? Is that working?
Oh, it's pretty echoey, if you know what I mean.
Man, technology. Well, let's see if I can fix that. I am back in the Sunshine State. I was back home. I just came back down recently, like this week.
Oh, you've been back and forth.
I came back down. We just came down this week. My mom wanted to come down and get some sunshine. So I said, sure, I'll go down for a week and let you feel the sunshine like we get to do.
Exactly.
So it's warm, warm and sunny, like 73 degrees, 65 at night.
I know over the Thanksgiving
kind of
weekend,
addictive.
it was, I was looking, even down in like Orlando, Thanksgiving weekend, it got a little chilly down there. They were like, I think in the upper 50s for a couple of days.
Yep, that happens. It happens, not a lot, but I know last January we were down here and it got down to 50s for about 2 weeks. And I don't know, but it doesn't really bother you too much because it's not going to be very long before it's sunshine and warm again. Well, even the sunshine people going for that. But.
Boy, oh boy. Well, good to have you on board here. This time 1 year ago, I was trying to get my bearings straight, but I'm thinking the Hotshot secret bunker was just a bunch of lumber and drywall, and everything was just kind of coming together right about now a year ago. Can you believe that?
No, I can't, but I know it's right. It just seems like that year went by really, really quickly.
And I'm trying to recollect January, I believe it was January 12 was our start date in 2021. So here in short order, we're going to be actually having our 1 year anniversary of the overnight drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Can you imagine that?
No, I can't, but I'm glad it's there and I'm glad that we did it. And, now working all the next steps and trying to make it bigger and better. But you guys have done a great job. It's still, I still think it's the best trucking show on the radio.
Well, we're taking it one step at a time, as they say, right? And it's all you can do, one foot in front of the other. But hey, it's great to be here, and I can't tell you how thankful I am for all you've done and all the listeners that have, that just continue to say that they meet up and they get to, it's kind of like one big family is the way they kind of describe it, so, which is pretty cool.
That's the way I describe it, too. That's exactly the way I describe it. It's one big family. So I'm with them. I think it's a good thing. It's something that we need.
So I guess we're going to get some updates tonight. What's been happening with LSI? I saw the photographs of the. You've got the new. You're calling that a distribution facility that you just opened up? Your new 24,000 square foot building there.
Yep, that was like Back to the Future type of thing. That was a building that we rented 7 years ago. So we went from the pole barn on my property to that building in Mount Gilead. And then, beforehand we had talked to the fire marshal and everything. And he said, yeah, this is great. No problem. Just get moved in and they'll be fine. Well, then once we got moved in there, he came in and said, whoa, you guys can't be here. We got all this flammable material. There's a school here. There's a doctor's office here. There's houses, you need sprinklers, you need all these things. And I'm like, wow. Well, we don't own the building, somebody else owns it. So they were real patient with us and nice. And we started looking for land then. And then, of course, we bought the land we're on and started working with a builder and got a building built. Well, 5 years later, because it was 5 years later in January, this January will be 6 years. We moved out, moved in here. Another fellow bought that building, put sprinklers up, put a firewall in. Then he filed bankruptcy and the building came up for sale. So we jumped on it and bought it because we were bursting at the seams. And, the whole COVID thing has made all these materials really difficult to come by. We had plans to add on to our building and the contractor we were working with said, the steel's hard to come by. It's going to take at least 6 months longer. It's going to be more expensive. We can't give you any guarantees. Just the whole COVID excuses, I like to say. It's kind of sketchy, but everybody uses. I mean, I got a flat tire. It must have been COVID. But anyway, he went on and said he couldn't get it done very quickly. It was going to be at least a year. So we bought this building and moved all of our finished goods over there so that they can have room to do the job a little bit better. We had room to produce more product. So it's still just a Band-Aid. We're planning on adding on to our plant, but at least now we're not under the gun to get it done.
Gotcha. So a little more space, right? I'm like, distance-wise, you're not too far apart from each other with those two facilities?
No, it's like 7 miles. We're right off of the freeway, off 71. Mount Gilead is 7 miles in. It's easy. It only takes maybe 2 truckloads a day. We run them over there. So we do all the blending and all the blending manufacturing, bottling at the, the home office, I guess. They're both in Mount Gilead. There's our spot there right off 71. And then they load it onto the truck. And then once the truck is full, they run it over to the distribution center. And then we got, I think, 6 people over there. They pack all the ores and ship them out and do all the shipping from that spot.
I got you. Okay. Well, that's a good deal. What else going on? Hey, right out of the box, I had a gentleman that was calling earlier this week asking about if you had your, the Never Rust spray. Something about you were having trouble getting the cans. Is that the case?
Correct. We are on permanent hold, not permanent hold, whatever. Just we don't know when it's going to come in. It's not like it went from a week, 2 weeks, 6 weeks to we don't know when you're going to get it. So we pulled it off until we can get it in. I have no idea how long it's going to take. They are making no promises to us. Strange, so we'll keep everybody posted on it. The engine oils, all the other products, we seem to have shored up the supply lines. So it's not as bad. I think we've worked through a lot of allocations, so we've got things in place. There's nothing else out. There's no other product that we're out of. Sometimes it takes us a couple extra days, depending on what it is. But we've managed to get pretty good at handling all that.
Okay. Well, that's good news then, as far as because I know you've spent the whole year struggling with bottles for this and bottles for that. And then, of course, you were finally able to get the gun oil bottles in, and the gun oil is back on the website. So,
well, not just bottles, but even the oils. We still are on allocation on some of the oils where, that means that the companies that we're buying from, the base oils or additives, look at how much we bought last year, and they say you can only buy 50% of what you bought last year. Or in this case, you can only buy what you bought last year, no more, depending on what their supplies are. So, that put us in a bind because we're in a growth mode. We need more. We need 25% more than we bought last year. So we, called everybody in the country to try to find more things that we can buy. Everybody's in the same boat, and everybody so far, customer-wise, has been very patient. I think that we're all realize that it's just not as easy as it used to be. It's the strangest thing. I mean, I never in my life have seen anything like this, but normally we're talking about how we're going to, run sales, how we're going to build our brand, what races are we going to, what are we going to do with the radio? Now it's, how can we get this and what else can we do for that? And is there anybody else? Does anybody know anybody we can call to get caps or antioxidants or something like that? It's just peculiar.
Strange times. And of course, the big word now is Omicron, Chris. Omicron has arrived in the United States. And I don't know. Janet Yellen yesterday was trying to allude to the fact that, this may have implications to the global economy and blah, blah, blah. It's like, they don't even really know anything about it yet. It's just, is the media, do they just like to blow everything out of proportion with this and keep the fear in everyone?
I think the media just likes to have something to talk about. Anything that they can scare everybody with makes people watch TV more and read the news more. So they build things up. That's just their, that's their way of doing it, which I get that. They're trying to do their job too. But I think there's just COVID fatigue at this point. People care much less. even the people that used to care much less. They just kind of roll their eyes at it. It's like, yeah, I'm done.
Because we are literally 2 years into this whole thing. and I remember back early on when it was first coming to light. I mean, it was really scary times when, all the kids are going to have to stay home from school and people that you can't come to the office, and you first think about masking up, and it was really frightening for a period of time there, and the highways were just like empty during the morning and afternoon typical rush times, and we've come so far since then, but I didn't think I would have never guessed 2 years ago that we'd still be talking about this stuff.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I mean, I believe we're still talking about it, but I don't believe that this is as big a crisis as it's been. This isn't a 2-year crisis. I mean, I think this could have been out of the way by now and we'd have been moved on long ago. But sometimes I think they need those crises just to keep control.
Yeah.
That's my feeling.
Well, with that, we're about a minute from news break here, and we'll come back and we're going to get to some of the listening friends out there that I know a lot of folks have been waiting anxiously to chat with Chris this morning. Of course, as I so often kind of forget to have Chris introduce himself and kind of tell us a little bit about the origination of Hot Shot Secrets. So maybe when we come back from the break, we'll kick things off right there. Santa Claus is on board. Top of the morning, Steve and Chris. I'm back from at March Air Force Base in Southern California. That's Santa Claus checking in. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning to all. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from deep in the heart of the corn patch this morning. Let's see. Morning, Steve. I can't thank Chris enough for putting you back on. I listen to you regularly on the other stations, so in return, I exclusively use Hot Shot Secret in both Duramaxes. Heatwave checking in. Good morning from the Hacienda. Finally made it to the home 20 there in New Mexico. All right, enjoy a few days off, Heatwave. And a happy birthday to Captain Ron, celebrating 61 years today. There you go. Well, happy birthday, Captain Ron. News break as we're underway on a Friday. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States and Mexico are announcing a deal that would reinstate a Trump-era border policy. It forces asylum seekers to remain in Mexico until they get court dates in the United States. The Biden administration suspended the program, but that decision was overturned by a federal court. The policy affects several U.S. ports of entry from San Diego to Brownsville, Texas. Speaking at the NIH, President Biden says the United States is greatly improved from where it was a year ago.
Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were fully vaccinated. This Christmas, that number will be 72%, including more than 86% of seniors.
More people have died from COVID under President Biden than under former President Trump. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back at it here on a Friday, 3rd day of December. The countdown is on till Christmas. It's almost here. You got all your Christmas shopping done there, Chris?
About halfway. We still got a little bit more to go.
You're making some progress then. That's good. Yep. Do you actually get out and do shopping, or are you like so many that in this day and age, everybody just gets on the computer and or the smartphone and I want this, and it all comes directly to the home 20?
Yeah, I'd fall into that. And we do a lot of Amazon and other shopping, maybe 1 or 2 trips out, but I don't know. Shopping is just not as much fun anymore.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, I think you got to go to the store and see what's new and exciting. I remember when Walmart first came to our part of the world up in northern Ohio. That was like a big time to go to Walmart and see all the new stuff. But now, I don't know, seems more of a nuisance than an excitement. You know what I mean?
No doubt about it. Well, Chris Gabrelchik joins us this morning. It's the first Friday in December, and we're going to be closing the last visit for 2021. Next time we chat, it's going to be a new year, Chris, which is hard to imagine. But for some of our new listening friends who may not have be familiar with you, I always like you to give a little background. Chris Gabrelchik got it all started, and so you've done it enough times. So go ahead.
Sure. I'm Chris Gabrelchik, like you said. I'm the CEO and the owner of Lubrication Specialties. We started off as a company that went in and found specialty oils for industrial commercial users, basically troubleshooters, finding unique areas, things that the big oil companies wouldn't do. So through that process, at some point, International Truck and Engine called me to work on the project with the 6-liter engines. And we came up with a solution that fixed those injectors and started selling it to the public. And pretty soon we started making diesel fuel additives that were we call it problem specific. We focus primarily on areas that have either underserved by the market or it's really specifically a problem. One of the things that I learned in that experience with International was that a lot of vehicles have a problem. I don't want to say built in, but they know about it long ahead of time. The engineer I was working with explained it. He said, if we're building say it's the 2020 model year truck or car, in 2018 on, say, March 21st, we have to finalize everything so that they have time to make the parts, stock the parts, get everything into production. He said, whatever problems we know they're going to happen, or we pretty much know what the areas are going to be that are going to be trouble, but we can't do anything about it. He goes, if we just kept improving and improving and improving, then we'd never have a new model year. We would just keep working on the same model until it was absolutely perfect, and there's just no way to do that. So that kind of put the light bulb off in my head. It's like, wow, there's a lot of problems out there that nobody really cares about, that can be fixed if it can be fixed with an additive, a special oil, or, a fuel additive that nobody was focused on because there's not a lot of volume there or there's not a need that's been made, the public's been made aware of. So we started focusing on those areas and saying, okay, maybe we can make a dent in this. So through that process, we've come out with really high-end products that are problem-specific, the best of the best. That's my mantra when I'm talking to R&D. It has to be the best of the best. If it can be done better, then we should be doing it. I mean, we have access to every product, around the globe. If we can't do it better than everybody else, then let somebody else do it. So that's kind of where we sit. So throughout that process, we went from, basically working in my garage to, pole building to the building in Mount Gilead to, the facility that we have right off the freeway now on 71. We went from just me as an employee to now we have around 75 to 80 employees. We blend product, we package it, distribute it. We have sales, marketing. The whole company has just grown, year over year. And tonight I'm here. If anybody has any questions about oil, about additives, that's really my area of expertise. More so even than mechanics. I'm not a mechanic. There's lots of people on this show that know way more about it than I do, and there's a lot of people at work that know more about it. But when it comes to, we call it tribology, it's the study of sliding surfaces. That's where my skill set usually comes in. What if you wanted to run a 0W5 weight in this engine? How would you accomplish that? That's where my brain would normally kick into overdrive. That's the short story. Anybody's got any questions or you want to know more about the company or specific products or specific problems, just give a call. I'll do my best. If I can't answer it, we have, a team of research and development people that work on that type of thing every day. If I don't know, if they can figure it out for me.
There you go. All right. And our number is 844-844-3388. Let's go to our listening friends out there. Is it DJ first out of the box?
It is DJ. How you doing tonight, Steve?
Good.
Awesome. Hey, Chris, first of all, thank you so very much for getting Steve on the air. This show, it's surprising, but it was so much better than the previous show, which I love to death. But this show is great, so thank you so much. I am a first-time caller, long time listener. So it's a big deal to be calling in, but I'm glad that you're on tonight. I do have a couple questions for you. First of all, when you were on, I think a couple months ago, you were talking about oil that would last, say, 10,000, 20,000 miles, and you mentioned it was because of the oil. I've seen in some of the, let's just say, major retail brands where they advertise 10,000 miles, 20,000. I still change it at 5,000 just because I figure by 10,000, it's gotten so much water in it just from condensation or contaminants in it that I didn't believe it could go that long. Can you explain to me how an oil can last 10 or 20,000 miles based on the composition of the oil?
So usually, just to fill the easiest low-hanging fruit there, most of the moisture should get flashed off because oil gets hot enough that it should evaporate any water. Contaminants, on the other hand, those are a lot harder to get rid of because the filter that's on the vehicle is right around a 15 micron filter. Now, 15 microns doesn't mean anything to anybody, but it's more or less like a screen door. So just logically, if you think about the engine cannot, you can't starve the engine for oil. So you can't run it through a really tight strainer because, of course, it would not have enough oil to run right. So inside that filter, that spin-on filter that you use, there's a spring, and you can see it if you look through the bottom. The more loaded up that filter gets, that spring starts to open up and allow more of the oil to bypass around the filter to keep the engine supplied with oil. So maybe after 5,000 miles, only 50% of the oil is getting filtered through that anyway. And it has to do that to keep the engine running. So you're right, the contaminants are the hard part. That's why to run extended range, you need a bypass filter. But the oils, as far as the oil being able to hold up to those types of longevity or to go longer, we normally look at the three areas, or the four different kinds of oils that we're going to work with would be, group 1, 2, 3, or 4. Group 1, 2, and 3 are going to be oil that comes out of the ground. It's regular crude oil that's been refined, and like a group 3 would be highly refined oil, which would be what they would call synthetic oil that's on the shelf today. So if you buy Mobil 1 synthetic, that's a group 3 oil, which, it's good. It's better than group 2s or group 1s, but it's not a true synthetic oil. True synthetic would be like a man-made product. That's a group 4. They call PAO synthetic. And it's a polyalpha olefin, which nobody cares what that means, but it's a PAO. And those they last forever. When I say forever, I mean like 1 million miles forever. So how that happens is the bonds between the hydrocarbons are so tight that it's almost impossible to shear it. So if you can remember back in high school chemistry, and they had like these carbon and hydrogen chains, those break under heat and pressure. So with the oil that comes out of the ground, those bonds are a little bit lighter, or a lot lighter. And then the more heat you apply to the engine and the longer you run it, those start to break. The hydrogen, which is a gas, comes off of the oil. The carbon is left behind, and everybody has seen it. That's a deposit. So if you see a deposit inside the engine, it's either the carbon or it's going to be the additive that has been burned up and left on the surface. After a lot of miles, sometimes those engines look pretty rough inside, with a lot of buildup. So that's the difference between the regular oils and the PAO is going to be the sheer ability. And it just doesn't break apart. Just because of the way it's made, it's got such strong bonds, and the carbon chains are so long. So that's how we can go extended drains with it.
Okay, so despite the contaminants, condensation, things like that, the oil will still last longer.
Correct, and even the man-made, or even the like the Mobil 1 synthetics, I think and Chevron synthetics and the rest of them, they can last longer than what they list on the labels. I read an article years ago, and TLT magazine is our industry magazine. It's Tribology Lubrication Engineers. But they talked about how, for automotive engines, they came up with that 3,000 mile oil change. And I mean, almost all the oil that they checked was still good at 3,000 miles. And they were making the claim that most of that was driven by the oil industry to keep people changing their oil. I keep the volume up. They said, most of the oil we're testing, it's 5,000 and 6,000 miles before it really needs to be changed in just a regular car. But that would, create such a huge amount of havoc on the oil change industry for the Jiffy Lubes and such that it, nobody really pushed it too much.
Well, Chris, where that really helps us out is for most of us guys, I think, as you know, our wives will usually say, oh, yeah, the oil change light went on. Okay, when does it go on? Well, about 3 months ago. So if the oil lasts longer, that buys us some time and gives us some buffer there. So that's
absolutely
helpful. Second question I have for you. I have a 2008 Cat 226B skid steer. It's got a 4-cylinder Cat diesel engine. It's a turbo diesel. I've got about 3,000 miles on it, and I wanted to see what you recommend for that. I'm actually due for an oil change right now. So I want to see what you'd recommend for something like that.
Have you run any stiction eliminator through it?
Zero. All I've done, and before you started this show, I'll admit I put Rotella T in it, but nothing else beyond that.
So when you probably mean 3,000 hours, right?
3,000 miles. I'm sorry, 3,000 hours. Correct. Yeah, 3,000 hours. That's right.
So at that point, you're probably starting to get some stiction or some buildup in there, where those hydrocarbons that we're talking about have sheared and left a deposit behind. Especially on the turbo, the turbo bearing is usually really small. I mean, like the size of your thumb or smaller. And that thing gets really, really hot, like 600-700 degrees hot. And I think oil starts to bake out right around 280 or 300 degrees. Oil starts to break apart. So that's, it's just likely that you're going to have some stiction built up on the turbo. One treatment of the stiction eliminator will clean all that out and make it literally looks almost like brand new after one oil change. Now, whenever, at least myself, before I started doing all this, whenever people think about, cleaning an engine, you're thinking about, like a solvent-based type of thing, like, I don't know, like motor flush, like Rislone, those types of things. Mm-hmm. So the problem with those is that they're a solvent and they break down the oils. They call it hydrodynamic lubrication. Basically it makes the oil thin and runny so that it creates abrasive wear. Things start scratching up inside there because it's so thin and runny. What we did, which was different with the stiction eliminator, is we didn't use any solvents. We used Group 5 esters, which are like a kind of an expensive synthetic oil, and then nanocarbons. So putting that in the engine actually reduces the wear 62% versus Shell Rotella. So if you ran Shell Rotella and did an oil analysis and put stiction eliminator in there and ran an oil analysis, you would have half as much wear. And so we want it in there for the whole oil change as long as you can leave it in there. That way it cleans up even more. But we've done, of course we do lots of laboratory tests to show that when we were testing all different formulas, we use what's called a pin on disc or a pin on plate. And if you can just imagine taking a little piece of metal and scratching it back and forth on another piece of metal with different oils in it, one oil at a time. And then when you're done, you measure how much of the metal's been scratched out. So the least amount of metal, that's the best formula. And that's how we came up with the stiction eliminator, with less wear. So it actually makes the engine last longer and work better. But we've also done, we call them hillbilly tests, but they're not. They're just hands-on tests. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of practical brain. But we'll buy cars or trucks off of eBay, or just, locally, if somebody has something that's a reasonable enough price that we could take a chance on it. We'll, scope the inside of it or take the valve covers off and look at it and take pictures of it, put it on, put the stiction eliminator in it, run it for a week. Somebody can run it back and forth to work. Then we'll take the valve cover off, or we'll run a scope inside and look. And literally, it does look brand new. I mean, it cleans up all the deposits. I mean, if you look at it before and after, it's like, wow, it really cleans it up and makes it run a lot better. So that would be my first thing I would do. Let's run that through there.
Okay.
And then
okay, excellent.
And then on Well, the only other thing is run the Diesel Extreme and the fuel at the same time. Diesel Extreme is basically the same type of product for the fuel system. So when we look at, the system, we're looking at it holistically. What's the oil doing? What are all the parts of the engine oils touching? And then how can we make that better? How can we reduce the wear, clean up anything that's in the way, keeping it from performing properly? And then we look at the fuel system the same way. It's like, where are all the parts that this fuel is going to touch? The tank. Okay, well, what's going to happen in the tank? Well, you might get some moisture, some water droplets. Okay, but we need a dispersant. We need antioxidants. Something that will coat it. Like if you spray WD-40 on some corroded steel, that type of thing. We look at the fuel pump. Let's make sure we got enough lubricity in there to make the fuel pump run properly. Let's clean everything up on there. Well, what about the line, the injector tip, and then even the upper cylinder? Can we put an additive in there that will survive the combustion chamber enough to clean the upper cylinder? So we look at the whole thing from start to finish, and that's how the Diesel Extreme came around. Do both of those, and that thing is as clean as brand new.
Excellent. Okay, that's good to know. All right, so Steve, I've got quite a shopping list here. Are you still doing the first-time caller?
I have your number here, DJ. We'll get you started here with a code, and you can make your first order, and then maybe you can transition from Mobile One over to the or the Shell Rotella, whatever it was you ran, over to the Hot Shot Secret Oil, because they've got you covered on all your products.
I absolutely will, and again, Chris, I can't thank you enough. It was such a nice thing to see when Steve, you talked about almost a year now, and I remember in January when you came back on the air, and it was such a bleak time when you were off the air. It was great to have you back, and Chris, thanks so much for supporting Steve.
Yeah, it's the best thing I ever did. I'm glad I can do it.
Thank you so much, awesome. DJ. Don't be a stranger now. It took you all these years of listening. I've never called, right? First time caller. Okay. Hey, Chris, I'm looking at a social media post here. It's a photograph from the Popular Science magazine from January of 1963, and it's got a little, photograph. Disposing of used engine oil can be a problem. The solution: dig a hole in the ground with a post hole digger, fill it with some fine gravel, then pour in the oil. It will be absorbed into the ground before your next oil change. How would that go over in this modern day and age?
You got to send that to me. I got to see that. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, they wouldn't be too happy with you on that. It's funny how times have changed, though. I mean, the things that they were telling us then versus what we know now.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see what we're talking about. And
I remember my grandpa.
50 years from now, it'll be interesting.
My grandpa would take his used oil when he would change, and he had like what do they call landscaping timbers out there around the flower garden. He'd pour that used oil over the landscaping timbers to keep the termites out of it.
Mm-hmm.
All those things.
Out in the country, a lot of guys, they would paint fences with it, like stain, to soak into the oil and keep it from rotting.
That's pretty wild. Yeah, but funny that would be from Popular Science magazine all those years ago. All right, let's see here. We'll get to Robert is on the line, I believe. Is that correct? Robert, got you on with Chris. Good morning.
Morning, Steve. I got something quick for you today. Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. You got 522 goes through there. A lot of drivers use it to get from one place to another. From what I'm hearing, because I live in that area, is the mountain's actually on fire.
Now, where was that again?
West Virginia, Berkeley Springs.
Okay.
522. Capon State Park, from what I'm hearing, is on fire. And with the wind blowing, I know it's a busy trucking route and stuff like that. So I don't know whether they're going to shut it down or what. But that's what I'm hearing is the whole mountain's on fire right now.
Okay, because earlier this week we had that fire down there at what was it, Pilot Mountain or whatever? I can't remember, there in North Carolina. I know there's a big blaze out there in, I think it's Denton, Montana right now. Half the town's burned, but I'll do some checking on that. And thank you so much for the heads up, Robert.
All right, thanks.
All right, there you go. Well, what are you looking at here? Our number, 844-844-3388. Hey, I got my emails from Brain Dead, a.k.a. our Dumbass. So the week nominees here on a Friday morning. We'll get to some of those coming up here as we roll on into the early hours of a Friday. What else do we have on the list? Yeah, I'm going to send you that photograph, that picture from Popular Science in 1963. Let me see. Sylvester's on the line. We've only got a couple minutes before we hit news updates, so let me quickly, before we get back to your calls, throw your way a couple of the industry headlines here. Veterans Day was just a few weeks ago, and that was time once again for the Truckers for Troops campaign. And OIDA members, and more than a third of which they say are actually military veterans, proving once again year after year that they're dedicated to giving back to veterans around the world. This year was no different, as the 15th year of the Truckers for Troop campaign raised $32,300 with nearly 2,000 participants. Once again, the trucking industry stepping up to help our veterans. According to Sylvia Dodson with Truckers for Troops, they joined, they renewed, they donated in order to make this a success. There was some enthusiasm to let us know what branch they were affiliated with. And they were donating full boxes on behalf of their fur babies. We even had quite a few votes for Space Force. It was a lot of fun this year. And as always, our members came through Truckers for Troops, which started back in 2007, as a way to send care packages to service members overseas and veterans facilities in the United States. Now that there are fewer soldiers that are actually in active war zones, stationed in harm's way, Truckers for Troops in the last several years has been more and more using their funds to help what they call the Veterans Community Project, in addition to sending care packages. To date, the association has raised more than $700,000 from military veterans due to that effort. And there was that period of time there, I forget how many years ago it's been because time flies, but when my son was actually boots on the ground in Afghanistan, he was the beneficiary, he and his group, of a wonderful care package from the Truckers for Troops campaign. And with that, we get a news update. The top of the hour has arrived. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States and Mexico are announcing a deal that would reinstate a Trump-era border policy. It forces asylum seekers to remain in Mexico until they get court dates in the United States. The Biden administration suspended the program, but that decision was overturned by a federal court. The policy affects several U.S. ports of entry from San Diego to Brownsville, Texas. Speaking at the NIH, President Biden says the United States is greatly improved from where it was a year ago.
Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were fully vaccinated. This Christmas, that number will be 72%, including more than 86% of seniors.
More people have died from COVID under President Biden than under former President Trump. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. That's 800-876-9035.
We're not going to shut the government down. That makes no sense for anyone. Almost no one on either side thinks that's a good idea.
Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, speaking there as a House panel has reached a deal that will likely be passed in the House on an interim spending bill that will keep the government open, but it still will have to pass in the Senate. The White House says pharmacies will be calling, emailing, and texting those who are eligible for a booster shot this upcoming winter. The CDC saying everybody 18 and older should get boosted 6 months after receiving a second dose of a Pfizer or Moderna, while the same applies to those who are 2 months removed from getting their Johnson & Johnson shot. The Biden administration also making a big push through AARP to get older Americans their boosters. Colorado, the latest state to confirm a case of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus. That makes at least 3 cases in the United States. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
45% of Americans in a new Gallup poll reported that recent price increases are causing their families some degree of financial hardship, with 10% describing the hardship as severe. Gallup saying lower-income households are likely to be hit especially hard by the recent price increases, with 71% of households making less than $40,000 a year saying inflation has caused hardship. This as Republican Senator from Arkansas Tom Cotton believes President Biden is doing more harm than good when it comes to inflation.
We've had this pandemic for 2 years. We didn't have this kind of inflation, though, until Joe Biden and the Democrats took office. And he's largely just shifting the blame. He's not trying to come up with answers. He's blaming oil companies or OPEC for high gas prices, for instance. Well, it's Joe Biden who shut down the Keystone Pipeline on his first day in office, who refuses to authorize other pipelines needed to move petroleum products across the country, who's trying to charge oil producers more fees for drilling on federal lands or in federal waters. These are things that are directly contributing to the inflation that is hurting American families.
Stacey Abrams announced that she's running for governor of Georgia next year. Abrams, a Democrat, narrowly lost to Brian Kemp in 2018 and alleged that the Republican Party suppressed the votes of minorities. In January, Democrats won both U.S. Senate seats in the Georgia special elections. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, we jump right back into it. Hour number 2 here on a Friday morning. Everybody getting set for the weekend. Yes, indeed. Won't be long before, for those who are going to be shipping presidents, UPS, FedEx, U.S. Postal Service, all those sort of things. They're all saying they're needing some extra time due to the load of the amount of products being shipped. And this past day, the U.S. Postal Service said they may not have all the resources in place to handle what is expected to be another deluge of peak season packages. According to the recent investigation by their Office of Inspector General, they found that as of late October, the Postal Service had leased 40 of the 70 temporary annexes they're expect to be up and running so they can process holiday packages. Also, the Postal Service has yet to install all 89 package sorting machines at the processing centers, falling 5 units short. Again, as of late October, they said the remaining machines should be installed later this month. All 23 machines ordered for the Postal Service's delivery units have been installed. But more concerning than any equipment shortfalls was the scarcity of labor, workers. The Postal Service may have trouble filling those 45,000 temporary holiday positions due to the persistent worker shortage. Nationwide shortage of commercial truck drivers could deprive them of adequate surface transportation capacity. The concerns over available surface transport capacities voiced by 26 Postal Logistics and Processing Division executives who were surveyed for the report. Despite the challenges, the executives say that they're very confident, or at least confident, that they will deliver peak season packages and mail in a timely manner. The ability to secure sufficient surface transportation capacity was the only area where the executives' confidence actually wavered somewhat. So concerns about the ability to move the products from point A to point B. All right, Chris Gabrelchik back with us, hour number 2. And let's get back to our listening friends out there. Pappy's on the line this morning. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? How are you? How are you doing, Chris?
Doing great. It's good to hear from you, buddy.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, since it is December, happy holidays to you guys. Hey, listen, man, I'm literally on your website right now. So I got one quick question for you, a statement and a little tutorial. The Blue Diamond, I was going to buy a jug of that, and I could have swore you said it was okay to put in gas engines, but when I was reading it on the website, it was saying it was for diesel engines.
The Blue Diamond we have not gotten the approval for gas, but everything is right for gas. So a couple of them are SC certified, but a couple of them are not. So we're working on that. But the formula won't change. It's just getting the approval from the API on it to be put into a gas engine. So
it was the new 1040 you got out, but or the 1030 was it? The new one you just came out with. Yeah,
the 1030.
So
the only ones that we really wouldn't want you to use in gas would be the outlaw ones in the adrenaline. Those have a little bit more additive in them than we'd want to see going through a catalytic converter. But the 1030 should be fine for the adrenaline.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I could have swore, I remember you saying that. I got this Chevy Prison I got for the daughter. It's got like 120,000 miles on it, and I ran some Stiction Eliminator in it. And it's getting due for an oil change. And I thought, man, that Blue Diamond would be perfect to stick in that car. But I wanted to check with you, man, before I hit the add to chart button,
No, you'll be fine. That's what I use in our cars and all of our cars is I use a 5W40. But if it calls for 1030, I'll put 1030 in it.
Right. Roger that. Appreciate it. Also buying a bundle of the 2 bottles of the gas extreme or the gas put in the gas tank.
Yep, gasoline extreme.
Yeah, gasoline extreme and a bottle of the Stiction Eliminator comes with that too. But hey, the big thing is the gun oil, man. I bought like 3-4 bottles to test out a couple months ago, and I really didn't have too much of a chance. But a few weeks ago, I bought a new handgun to carry off duty. Let me tell you something. I put that thing through the races down there at the range. Didn't have any malfunctions, but that's not unnormal for the weapons that I carry. They're all, high up weapons and keep them in good shape. But the one thing I did notice, Chris, is that, after I put several hundred rounds through this gun, and I wiped it all down and cleaned them up, used your oil on before I took it down there. When I first took it apart, I was like, man, this thing appears to be just as dirty as it would be without using your oil. Okay? Now, with that said, when I went to clean it, right, that carbon and everything came off so easy. I did not have to take the wire brushes and the bore cleaned a lot easier. I didn't have to scrub the bore as much as I usually would have to get that thing clean. So if that makes sense, what I'm saying, it definitely helps with the cleaning. It seems like it puts a protective layer on that metal, so to speak, I guess, and makes it a whole lot easier to clean, if I'm making sense here.
Absolutely. That's good intel.
So I just ordered 10 bottles of that stuff. That is going to be my Christmas present to the guys on the squad I'm in charge of. So I'm getting 10 bottles of that for the guys on the squad to give to them for Christmas.
Oh, that's really good. That's really good to know. We've tried really hard to come up with ways to test the gun oil, and if you go back in R&D, we have just about every gun oil known to man on the shelf there, and we've gone through all kinds of different tests and things. Now we know some of the normal things, like the wear and the coefficient of friction, but it's like, okay, how does this affect the gun? So that's where we rely on gun owners to try it out. We've given it to some SWAT teams, given it to some professional rifle shooters, and said, just tell us, what are we looking for here? What types of call outs can we have? Give us some idea. So that's good. We'll go and check and see. The nanocarbons, those little atoms or those little molecules get put inside there into the metal, into the little pores of the metal, and it does create like a little. So that could be, why everything's just coming off so clean. So we'll have to check that out and see.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. I told you I'd give you feedback, and that's what it is. It is what it is. I appreciate it. But, hey, glad to hear you tonight. Glad you're on. Thanks again for everything. And Steve, keep doing what you're doing, my man.
Well, good to have you with us, Pappy. Thank you very much. And as always, be safe out there. Have a great weekend. All right, let's head down to, there's our old friend Sylvester. Morning, Dean.
And it's gone. Actually we're about to have a storm here, it's been really rainy the last couple of weeks. So they're now saying that we may not actually have a full on summer down here because it hasn't been hot at all. It's been very rainy. But Chris, I was listening to your intro of who you are, and you're telling people who you are, and I remember your very, very, very first show, and man, you were nervous.
Oh, you would.
It was. Go ahead.
Well, you have no idea. That was, I don't know, probably 10, 11 years ago, but that was the first time I'd ever done anything like that. And man, my hands were shaking. I was so nervous. Steve's such an intimidating guy. So yeah, it was nerve-wracking.
Steve's so intimidating. Yeah. Steve is intimidating. That's funny. But I will tell you, there's something you didn't mention in your discussion about who you are and that kind of thing. You didn't say how you have always supported the trucking industry. From the moment you stepped into it that year, you full on started working with the charities that were helping trucking, all of them, not just the small ones, but the bigger ones too.
Yeah.
You were involved at Louisville when we had a Louisville back in those days. Hopefully we'll have one next year. And the thing is that just what you did this time last year to make sure that Steve was on the air shows where your heart really is. And you know what, people? If you don't buy this product for any other reason, you should buy this product because of the time, the effort, and the heart that has gone into it for the trucking industry, not just for, making money. If you're not making a profit, you've got no business being in business. But you've done so much more than that, Chris. And I got to tell you, I've seen it. It's one of the reasons why I support you, and I always will. And look, you didn't say anything about that, but that again shows how humble you are. Look, without your direct intervention, this show would be gone. And a show that was started in 1984 has lived on because of you and the effort that you put in, or the desire that you had to make sure that it keeps going. And people, you need to buy this product. It works. It's good. I mean, I paid nearly as much for the product as I did for shipping. And I will tell you, it's worth it.
I'm working on that.
Steve? Yeah, well, yeah. I hope to see something soon.
I'll tell you, the last time I was here, you gave me a really good idea. I don't know why I never thought about this before, but I went back and I told the COO, I said, find us a distribution center in Australia that we can ship skids to. And we've done this before. We tried it a couple of years back, and it just got to be so expensive. It was clunky. I said, but there's distribution centers that will charge you $5 per order that you pick, and they'll charge you like $1 for the cardboard, et cetera. And I said, we could do that in Australia. Find a really good distribution center. Let's ship, 10 skids down there, pay the monthly fee. We can build out the digital platform, here at home base. Right. It's common language and everything. I mean, the shipping and all that are just, those are algorithms.
Mostly.
So anyway, I said we could do this.
Common language. Yeah.
Mostly. All we have to do is just put mate in there every once in a while, and we're all set. Right?
It's wrong.
Well, you could help us with the labels for any language differences.
Well, gasoline extreme won't sell over here. It's got to be petrol. They don't call it gasoline; they call it petrol.
Petrol extreme.
Yeah. See,
yeah. But
petrol extreme.
Petrol.
PE.
Like PE. There you go. Well, I don't know, because that also has another connotation. For those of us on email, we get emails about PE. I won't go into it, but the P stands for penile. But anyway, so.
All right, we'll avoid that one then.
Anyway, like I'm like enough spawning. But look, thank you so much, Chris, for making sure that Steve had kept this show going. And look, we, I think I speak for probably everybody that calls in and listens. Love the show. Honestly, I'm over here and I'm going through some really tough and difficult times because of lockdowns and things like that. But let me tell you, it is easier this time because I can tune in this time at 4:00 in the afternoon, listen to Steve, get weather reports, trucking reports, news from a non-left-wing agenda basis, and and I can find out what's going on with the different regions and the people and the personalities and mate. And I'm telling you, see, there I go with the mate. I'm telling you, it makes it so much easier. So personally, I really appreciate it. So anyway, Steve, great show as always, man. I'd like to know what the M1s are going to be doing here just before Christmas, because we're going down to see the grandkids. See you later. Have a great one.
All right. Thank you very much, Sylvester. And all right, quick 2-minute timeout. And we'll be back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, rolling up on 25 past the hour. Back with Chris Gabrelchik and back to your calls here on a Friday morning. How's things going, Dan? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
Both you and Chris. Chris, I was wondering, I've listened before. I've got a couple of vehicles I want to ask you about, but I've got an 08 Ford Class A motorhome, 6.8. And when I've got that when I'm on cruise with that, it's a 35-foot Winnebago. It'll kick into overdrive on a grade that I don't think it should be kicking into on that. And you kind of described the same scenario because I think you've had some motorhomes. Do you have anything that would work with that? Or is there any way that could be addressed with one of your products?
Yes, I do, and you're gonna love this. There's a product called Transmission Stiction Eliminator or Shifter Store, depending on where you get it. We started off calling it Transmission Stiction Eliminator, and then marketing said, "Don't make up any more names because you don't know what you're doing." They changed it to Shifter Store. But we use that in a couple of motorhomes, and it makes all the difference in the world on how that thing shifts. We actually thought about just even, trying to focus on the motorhome because I had the same problem whenever I had like a Class C or the Class B, because we have 6 kids and that's how we always took vacation was camping. That was the only thing we can afford to do back in the day. So I, would buy motorhomes, fix them up, use them for a couple of years, and then sell them and buy another one. It was kind of a hobby or obsession, or my wife called it a sickness. But that transmission stiction eliminator will, that's the one product that in that application, that's a real seat of your pants. You'll notice a difference in 10 minutes. I was driving it up. Same thing you just said. The thing jumping in and out of fourth gear, and it drove me crazy. It's like just, say in overdrive or, drop down, and it makes a big difference on how it works. You'll see it. It'll go into overdrive and stay there and just give you a smoother ride, and it feels like it has more power. I always wanted to go back and do a test on it and see, but we got kind of sidelined with so many other projects that we were working on.
Now, do you add that to it, even though you're not changing the fluids right now on the transmission?
Yeah, you can add it to it because it takes about a quart, and from what I have found, most of the time adding a quart to the transmission did not make any difference to speak of, just because I think mine was maybe a 15 quart system or something, but it didn't do anything. And we've done that 100 times, and it just doesn't seem like it makes that much difference on the transmission, just because there's so much oil in the pan and the transmission and the torque converter that it just absorbs it and goes in there. I'm pretty sure I know what's happening is that inside there you've got just a little bit of buildup. Nothing like inside of an engine, just a tiny itty, just a little bit. And it slows down the shifting mechanisms. And once you clean that off and super lubricate it with that product, it just makes it shift so much better and easier, and increases the amount of power going from the drivetrain.
Well, yeah, and the other thing I don't like is because that shoots the RPMs way up. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. When it does that, shifts like that, you run over 500, and that that just kind of bothers me. Plus, I'm going to be towing a car, and that concerns me also. I haven't, for the 3 years I've owned it, I haven't pulled a car. Now I will be towing a car. And as far as my older vehicles, is that product, by the way, called Transmission Stiction Eliminator, or what's that called?
That's what it's called on Amazon. On our website, they renamed it Shift Restore. And I think, as soon as they get everything shifted over, it'll just be Shift Restore.
Okay, well, do you still have an 800 number for us to call and put an order in, right?
We sure do. And you also get 10% off with Overdrive. So you can just tell them that you...
Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the radio show.
Overnight Drive.
Overnight Drive.
I definitely would. Yeah, this man here enables me to do my job, and I appreciate both of you. But the other thing is on the gasoline extreme. I've got two older vehicles, and with high miles on them. Would you recommend I use the gasoline extreme? Or should there be an oil additive, or both put in those?
For an oil, I would use gasoline extreme, absolutely, because that's going to clean everything out and get the injector tip working a lot better, so you're getting a cleaner spray and more power. On the oil side, if there's anything over 100,000 miles, I always start with the Stiction Eliminator. For one oil change, and then the next oil change, I put in FR3. So the Stiction Eliminator just has a little bit more cleaner in it. They both have the FR3, which is our proprietary product that we came up with. It's got two special esters and a nanocarbon, and it just makes things not just slippery inside, but it reduces the wear. So it makes things run a lot smoother and inside the engine. Normally we get more horsepower. That's the thing that we use in all of our racing oils. That's why the racers get, from a 3 to 5% increase in horsepower. A lot of drivers that track their mileage will get a 3% increase in fuel economy. And, what we're doing is we're going in there just making everything a little bit, maybe a 0.5% better coefficient of friction. But on top of that, we're pulling the additives in and doing a much better job. So I'm trying to think of how to explain this on the radio. If there's a whiteboard here, I could go through this in a heartbeat. So the key is that the nanocarbon. So most of the stuff that we're working in an oil is micron size. Nanocarbon is so small; it's 1,000 times smaller. So it would be, like rolling something across with basketballs and beach balls versus BBs. You just put that little layer of BBs in there, all of a sudden everything's roll. Even the oil rolls through there better. It reduces the amount of fluid friction going on inside the system. Just everything pumps so much better, and it pulls the additives back around. So I'm trying to think of how to explain that. It's inside your engine. Everybody thinks that oil's being swashed around everywhere and it's all getting used, but a lot of it's stuck on the sides, kind of like when you're looking at a creek or a river and you see all these little jagged edges on the side and you see all these little eddies and things. Well, the same thing happens in an oil system. That's really why hydraulic lines blow. They have these things called microbursts where the oil just keeps swirling around in one little spot, like a little tiny crevice on the line, and then eventually it bursts, because it keeps wearing it out. Well, one of the things that the nanocarbons do is they kind of line everything and they pull all that oil back into play, so to speak. And the reason we believe that to be the case is we get a really quick reduction in temperature. Like on a transmission on your motorhome, if you put it in there, like within 20 minutes, you'll see about a 15-degree drop in temperature on the transmission. Well, that's not from friction because it happened too quickly. But we think that, maybe 20% of that oil is not being circulated as easily, and we're pulling all that into play, and it's just bringing the whole temperature down and making it work better. So to answer your question, I would start off with the stiction eliminator on the older vehicles, and then the next oil change, move right into the FR3, and you'll see enough reduction or increase in fuel economy that it offsets the cost of the product, and then of course you're getting a reduction in wear by about 50%. So any engine you put it in is going to last twice as long, which is worth it also.
And on that stiction eliminator, you've got one for gasoline, correct? You have a gas only. I mean, is that for gas only, or?
No, you can use it in gas or diesel. So it's the same. It's the same product, goes into both. Where, at some point we need to according to the retailers, they want us to rebrand it for gas because they feel like stiction eliminator has such a strong diesel brand name that they don't want to try to sell to gasoline people. I don't know if I agree with that. That kind of stuff drives me crazy, to be honest with you.
I know, but a lot of people, myself kind of included, I want to make sure that I'm not putting something in like you just discussed the product now, that Blue Diamond. Is that what you said it was? And, it's recommended for diesel, but you don't know if it's approved for gas. I can understand. I can kind of understand that. I hate to disagree with you. Know so much more about it than I do, but I can understand from a consumer standpoint why that would be helpful. And one last thing. Right. Yeah, on that transmission thing, I have a Cadillac North Star, and I want to add that into that transmission of that car, as long as the car is alive. That's one more breakdown, and the thing's gone. I have the title in the car, if you know what I'm saying. It's gone. But how much? Yeah, no, that's the way it is. How much of that do you put in there? You can't can you go over a quart in a transmission in a car?
I've got the exact same. He's got the Cadillac with the North Star. That's mine, Chris. And I put a half a bottle of the transmission stiction eliminator, which now the shift restorer, and my Cadillac's still running there. So hold that. I've got to get a timeout. We're way behind. We'll be back, though, in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Another government shutdown risk has been addressed. The Senate approving a stopgap funding bill that will prevent a federal government shutdown at least through mid-February, as senators voted 69 to 28 to push through that measure, which had been passed by the U.S. House earlier in the day on Thursday. Lawmakers had been facing that deadline of Friday midnight before a government shutdown would have been triggered. Alec Baldwin giving his first interview since a deadly shooting on a movie set where he pulled the trigger.
I've spoken to the sheriff's department multiple times. I don't have anything to hide. You know what I mean?
During that interview with ABC News, Baldwin was asked about how that live round made its way onto the movie set.
That's for a criminal investigation to solve. I have no idea. I take that back. I have some ideas, but that's not for me to say.
The incident left the cinematographer on the movie Rust dead and its director wounded. And this is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, picking back up right where we left off there. If memory serves, Chris, going back in time, you had sent me a 32-ounce bottle of what was then called the Transmission Stiction Eliminator. And that I put a half a bottle in. You guys, you sell it in a 16-ounce bottle, so would you recommend a 16-ounce bottle for his Cadillac?
Yes, I would just go with the 16-ounce bottle.
There you
Unless
go.
you have two cars and you want to split it.
Well, no, I mean, I'll buy two 16-ounce because they're in different places. I mean, I don't want to, I'll do that. So put the whole 16-ounce bottle in. And Steve, I remember Steve talking about his North Star. I think you got it from a family member.
Correct.
And I don't know what you did to them, Steve, but I've had it, and I've had more problems with the transmission. And this will be the last time, that I mess with it. So I'll get two of those.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it. And believe it or not, we've used some of that stuff for those 6.0s you talked about earlier. We're down to one of those, and some school buses were run. And I'll tell you, we will never have another 6.0, and that does help out. But that was a tough engine, and they put them in Fords, and we've had a lot of problems with them. But no, I appreciate that, and so that's called. Is it still called in the bottles? Is that still called the Transmission Restore now?
It'll say Shift Restore on the website. On our website, and now on Amazon, I think they still call it Transmission Stiction Eliminator.
But I'm going to call in. So will they? Okay. So should I ask for Transmission Restore or Transmission Stiction Eliminator?
Shift Restore.
Shift.
And the number for everybody else that's listening, it's 1-800-341-6516. And you can call in there. It's 800-341-6516, and they're open 24/7. They'll take your order and get it over to you, and they'll apply the coupon code from the show. But if you just tell them you want 2 bottles or 1 bottle of Shift Restore, they'll be able to pull it right up and get it put in.
Well, thank you very much again for your sponsorship of the show, and thanks to Steve because. It's at midnight. When he comes on, I'm on. So I'm listening. So I appreciate it. And, you gentlemen have a great Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
too.
Dan.
Thank you.
That North Star. My mom bought that brand new, and my mom and stepdad, and that particular car, they had to have the transmission rebuilt at I think it was 10 or 12,000 miles. And obviously it was still under warranty, but that blasted car, I guess they're notorious for having transmission issues.
See, what I was saying earlier about they know what problems are coming up. They know these things are happening, and it just seems like there should be a better system in place to take care of it for people. But in the meantime, we'll do our part to make sure it's we fix anything we can fix.
Yeah.
But yeah, the North Star, I've not heard a lot of people be all that excited about those.
Then, of course, the engine, notorious for, I mean, I've a blown head gasket, and that's still holding. I mean, I don't drive the car much now since I've got the new one, but I mean, it still runs, transmission's working fine. I mean, there is a light that comes on when I start the engine now. It says service electrical system, I think it is, but everything seems to be working fine. I don't know what that would mean, but I'm just kind of ignoring that. I don't know either. Service electrical system. All right, let me see here. Back to the calls here, and would that be horse feathers, maybe?
Morning, Your Honor.
Hey there.
And morning, Chris. As always, glad to have you on for the first of the month. I think if we go back and check in the archives there, Mr. Steve Sommers, I didn't realize I was mispronouncing your name there. I heard at the beginning of the show. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to all these years be pronouncing your name Sommers when it's really Scummers there. I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. But if you go back in the archives, I believe if you check, it was January 11th, 1/11/21 that the show began, not the 12th. So anyways, but if I remember correctly there, but yeah, as a faithful listener, Steve, I sent you a picture because a friend of mine said that they had the solution to the electric car problem of not being able to go far enough on a charge. And I don't know if you received that picture in your email. I don't even know if I don't even think I got a subject line put in there, but somebody had their Tesla hooked up to one of them big portable generators they use on the big construction sites, and they had it linked with a patch cord from the diesel generator up to the charging port there. So you just go and take your Tesla or your electric car, and you get a nice big hitch put on the back with a pintle hook, and you hook up to one of them diesel generators, and you just haul your own generation station down the road with you there, and you can charge as you go. And you're all set there. But make sure you pull in the diesel pump there to refill your diesel generator. Anyways,
that's what they call a hybrid. That's a hybrid vehicle.
Oh, is that hybrid that way? Okay.
Yeah.
But at least it'll save it from being on the electric grid. It'll save the electric grid. Anyways, I guess Sylvester said it best there. I can't say any more about what you do for, this show, what you've done for this show, and what you've done for the trucking community, and the people that actually are supported by the trucking community. Because, I mean, I do the Make-A-Wish deal, and you helped out a lot with that last year, and I don't know where you and Steve have been posting my donation page, but I'm already double what I normally did before I was involved with you guys. Before you helped me out last year, I'm already double up on my donations. So I greatly appreciate you. Wherever you've all posted my donation page at there, it's doing a good job, and I think I've said it on the air before. I'm behind in getting my thank yous out, so it's at some point the people that have donated to it. Don't think I haven't noticed it. I have, but I'm real bad in getting thank yous out. So at some point you will get a thank you. But I'm working on it. Hopefully before Mother's Day, I'll try to make sure all the thank yous are out before the convoy actually kicks off there on Mother's Day. But yeah, so I don't know, Steve, if you still have that handy somewhere in Facebook that you can find it, and you say you usually bring it back up to the top or something once in a while.
I can do that.
I greatly appreciate that. So, hey, as far as Alec Baldwin goes there, he's one of them people that was he in charge of one of the organizations against guns, and all that. Now, remember, it's not people that kill people, it's guns that kill people. Because even though that gun was in his hand, he did not pull the trigger. How does that work?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, my. So, but anyways, I just wanted to call in and thank you again, Chris. And one last thing, Chris, here real quick. When should I expect my invitation to the Hot Shot Secret Christmas Party there? I still haven't received anything yet to it. Is the invitation coming here yet, or do you expect it the FedEx or the mail, or how do you usually get that out to us people?
Well, normally we just kind of email them out, but we're still nailing down all the details of it.
All right. Well, I'll be watching my email a little closer there.
He wants to be the
maybe for
party crasher. He's trying to be a party crasher. That's what he's trying to do. All right, it's about 8 before the hour. I got to get a quick timeout. Back into, and lines available. If you want to jump in here, get on board with Chris Gabrelchik this Friday morning at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it. I know Brain Dead was on hold a little bit earlier. I guess he had to take care of business. He was going to be checking in here on a Friday. But from his DA of the Week nominees, only in Florida, Chris. Only in Florida. A Florida man, Jesus Marquez, 60 years old, arrested for DUI after telling deputies, well, he had a few too many and started dancing during his sobriety check. Deputies received a 911 call about a reckless driver responding to the area of the call. Deputies observed a black BMW struggling to maintain lanes, randomly speeding up and slowing down. When deputies activated their emergency lights to conduct the stop, the driver continued for several seconds before finally applying the brakes and swerving into its lane before coming to a complete stop. They asked if you've had anything to drink, and of course he replied that, yeah, I've been drinking, and maybe I had too many, before stating, I'm drunk. I could not maintain his balance. He rested on the vehicle for stability. At this time, he was asked to complete a sobriety exercise and performed poorly on all of the checks. Yeah, the walk and turn exercise. He actually started to dance in place and then dance up and down the line where he was asked to walk. Okay, well, no question about that. Only in Florida. All right.
That was one very happy guy. You want to show them how good he was.
I'm a good dancer. I can dance the line.
Yeah.
Big Sexy, what's happening this morning?
Out here delivering these papers. How are you this morning, Chris?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Glad to be on the show, hearing from everybody, talking about the news and driving.
I'm glad you got the show on. You got Steve back on the air. I've got a suggestion that I know you're always trying to grow this show. Most of this is aimed at people that drive overnight, right? That's why it's called the overnight drive. And most of them are truck drivers. Where do most truck drivers visit during the week sometime or another? They got to get fuel where they stop, truck stop, most of them. Have you thought about, since you're in some of the truck stops anyway, having them post like posters or something in the stores advertising the overnight drive and your product if they're selling them anyway?
Yeah, we're working on that. Those things are all planned long in advance, and they have different price points. Everything from the poster they put over the urinal to the pump topper. So yeah, we're working on a system where we can co-brand it with maybe the stiction eliminator or one of the other products, and then have a QR code where people that maybe had never heard of Steve can scan it and then get the app on their phone and listen to it.
I was thinking about that. We got a Love's here. That's the only one we got here in Jonesboro. And, when I stopped in there earlier, about the time the show come on, I had to go to the restroom. I was standing there. I thought, hey, why can't they just advertise it right there?
We've been working on that. We're trying. Again, those things are 6 months in advance, but we're talking to TA and Pilot and Love's trying to see how we can get that going.
And maybe even have some kind of poster or something that, or deal that like your own O'Reilly's and stuff like that they can put up, advertising the overnight drive, by sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, maybe something there too, to get word out, because getting word out there that he's back on the air. A lot of people still don't know it. I don't know how, but there's people out there that still don't know it.
I wrote both those out. I'm going to follow up in the morning on that.
But I was also got to thinking, like the Love Knot, they've got that in-store radio system. They can do even a little commercials on there every so often. They do other stuff, They can say, even Walmart. I know you're not in Walmart, but even Walmart has their own in-house radio where they play music and advertise stuff that they sell. So, other stores like that may have it too where they could do that. That's just some ideas that I had. I didn't know whether you had thought of them. I thought, well, he might have already thought of them, and I just may be throwing something out there that's already been thought of, but I thought I'd throw it out there anyway.
No, the radio in stores are a really good idea. I never thought about that, so I wrote that down. I'm going to check in with our folks tomorrow and see how hard that would be to execute.
Okay.
I like it.
Only other thing I could think of, you need to come up with something to, you got something for the motors and transmissions, something to keep deers off cars.
To keep what off cars?
Deer. Deer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I hit a deer with my van. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving, that Wednesday morning, as I was running my route, I hit a deer. So still ain't got the van back on the road yet. Got to replace the windshield headlight and mirror. But it come out of nowhere. Good. That's my third one. But yeah, I just wanted to check in and throw that out there and see if you thought of that. I know you won't be back on before the 1st, so this will be the last time we get to talk to you before Christmas. So wanted to go ahead and wish you a Merry Christmas too.
Well, thank you, and Merry Christmas to you also. Hope you guys enjoy the season and spend it with loved ones, and hopefully you get some time off so that you can do that.
Thank you much. Big Sexy, have a great morning. All right, we've reached the top of the hour, wrapping up hour number 2. And lines available. Come on, jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States and Mexico are announcing a deal that would reinstate a Trump-era border policy. It forces asylum seekers to remain in Mexico until they get court dates in the United States. The Biden administration suspended the program, but that decision was overturned by a federal court. The policy affects several U.S. ports of entry from San Diego to Brownsville, Texas. Speaking at the NIH, President Biden says the United States is greatly improved from where it was a year ago.
Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were fully vaccinated. This Christmas, that number will be 72%, including more than 86% of seniors.
More people have died from COVID under President Biden than under former President Trump. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. That's 800-876-9035.
We're not going to shut the government down. That makes no sense for anyone. Almost no one on either side thinks that's a good idea.
Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, speaking there as a House panel has reached a deal that will likely be passed in the House on an interim spending bill that will keep the government open, but it still will have to pass in the Senate. The White House says pharmacies will be calling, emailing, and texting those who are eligible for a booster shot this upcoming winter. The CDC saying everybody 18 and older should get boosted 6 months after receiving a second dose of a Pfizer or Moderna, while the same applies to those who are 2 months removed from getting their Johnson & Johnson shot. The Biden administration also making a big push through AARP to get older Americans their boosters. Colorado, the latest state to confirm a case of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus that makes at least 3 cases in the United States. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
45% of Americans in a new Gallup poll reported that recent price increases are causing their families some degree of financial hardship, with 10% describing the hardship as severe. Gallup saying lower income households are likely to be hit especially hard by the recent price increases, with 71% of households making less than $40,000 a year saying inflation has caused hardship. This as Republican Senator from Arkansas Tom Cotton believes President Biden is doing more harm than good when it comes to inflation.
We've had this pandemic for 2 years. We didn't have this kind of inflation, though, until Joe Biden and the Democrats took office. And he's largely just shifting the blame. He's not trying to come up with answers. He's blaming oil companies or OPEC for high gas prices, for instance. Well, it's Joe Biden who shut down the Keystone Pipeline on his first day in office, who refuses to authorize other pipelines needed to move petroleum products across the country, who's trying to charge oil producers more fees for drilling on federal lands or in federal waters. These are things that are directly contributing to the inflation that is hurting American families.
Stacey Abrams announced that she's running for governor of Georgia next year. Abrams, a Democrat, narrowly lost to Brian Kemp in 2018 and alleged that the Republican Party suppressed the votes of minorities. In January, Democrats won both U.S. Senate seats in the Georgia special elections. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back on a Friday. Hey, it all gets underway today. It is Friday, December 3rd, and that being the 50th annual Snowbird Outlaw Nationals. Bradenton Motorsports Park there in Bradenton, Florida. Earlier this year, when the owner of Bradenton Motorsports Park announced the 50th annual Snowbird Nationals, he said, we're going to feature a massive $50,000 for the Pro Mod class as they celebrate the 50th anniversary. So you combine that purse and this particular event's reputation. They've attracted 50 of the best Pro Mod teams around the country. And according to Kyle, we now have what could very well be the greatest Pro Mod race ever set to unfold at Bradenton Motorsports Park this weekend. Lots of other classes. You got the Pro 275, the X275, LDR, Pro 632, the Ultra, 460 bike, and Index. Numerous Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers will be on the track this weekend. If you can't be there in Bradenton, Florida live, Hot Shot Secret is sponsoring the live feed available via Flow Racing, so you can check that out. Big event coming up there. And they've got 50 of the best Pro Mods, but they limited the field to 50. We were talking to one of our racing friends, Gary, last evening, and he said they've actually got a waiting list, 20 or 30 other teams that were hoping for like a cancellation where they could get in, but they had to cap it at 50 vehicles for just that Pro Mod class. And Gary was explaining, Chris, that this particular Pro Mod class, he said, these are people that spend big bucks. These are the best of the best racing teams. So he said there's going to be teams, he said, that'll spend more than $50,000 so they can just win the race that takes home $50,000. So I think it's a big
risk. I mean, especially if you break something along the way.
It's a big prestige kind of thing, I guess. So
yeah, that's cool.
All right, I guess.
And then, of course, we have PRI coming up also,
and that is the following weekend, right?
Correct. 12/9 through 12/11. This is like the SEMA show for racers. I mean, it's the largest show in the industry. All the performance people are there. All the people that supply parts to them and pieces, they're all there. It's a big awards dinner. It's a really, really big deal.
And I know Kyle's going to be there for that. Hot Shot Secret, I think the Firepunk Diesel S10 is going to be on display. And then I was watching some of the video this past day, as a matter of fact, from where you had forget the guy's name, the racer that does Lee Roberts. That's it, the 1973 Chevy Nova with the big Cummins diesel engine in it. It's kind of a weird combination, but that car known as Night Force from the Memphis Street Outlaws TV show will be there as well. So, and obviously a bunch of your sponsored racers will be there. So, yeah, make sure to get by, see Kyle, get some photographs of the world's fastest diesel, Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10. I guess Kyle's pretty much looking forward to that, right?
Oh yeah, that's his baby. So they'll be there signing autographs, and they have pictures and things like that. So it's a big deal, and that's probably Kyle's favorite event of the whole year. Because it's all the everybody kind of gets together once a year for a big dinner and awards, and they talk shop. And I think that's really where his passion is. That's what really gets him stoked.
That's cool. All right, from the email bag, steve@hotshotsecret.com. First of all, got listening to email. Hey, Steve, I'm up late, so I'm tuning in on the YouTube channel. Really enjoying all the information Chris has been giving. I'll try to stay up to the end. I may not make it, but that's from our new listening friend, a.k.a. Push to Start Over and Out. Push to Start is his handle. And that's a story in itself, Push to Start.
Me and Push to Start might be in the same boat. I'll try to stay up till the end, but I'm not making any guarantees.
Then Billy, the kid, checking in this morning, said, hey, Steve, just wanted Chris to know I've been running the Slickum in the trailer hubs, and it's great. I'm taking off in the morning to go deer hunting. So I asked Moose if I could borrow a rifle, and he said, sure. I went and picked it up, and he hands me a Wesley Richards 318 Sporter, which I don't know my guns, but I guess that must be something special because now, he said, I'm terrified I'm going to scratch this thing. Anyway, I got a bottle of the Hot Shot Secret gun oil on hand. Wish me luck as he heads out deer hunting there. All right, good luck, Billy the Kid. Good luck. That's a good place to bring in the big moose there.
Well, morning, fellas. How's everybody?
Doing well.
Good. Yeah, the cereal trucker there better not scratch up my little deer rifle. Me and him gonna butt heads over it, and I guarantee you he'll lose. Yeah, BTK, Billy the Kid. I think I remember that. What was his name? The BTK, that serial killer. That's what I'd call it. The serial trucker, Mm-hmm. But hey, Chris, I was wondering, man, we need to get a hold of the Pope and see if he'll make you a cardinal. That way, horse feathers and them guys just got to kiss your ring when they call.
There's not a good chance of that happening.
Oh, well, gotta have a little fun out of somebody. Hey, reason I wanted to call and ask you here, I got a couple of things. I got the new batch of the Slickum there, by the way. I noticed this is even heavier than the stuff I had before, so do I need to lighten up on the dosage on this stuff now, or just use it like the other stuff, or?
I would just use like the other stuff, but I'll call Aaron in the morning and just make sure that he's got the viscosities down right.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't for sure. I wouldn't know proportionally. I didn't know if I was still mixing it too heavy or not, but it seems to be okay, just like the other stuff. And the other thing was this transmission shift restore stuff. I've been running that in power steering pumps, and I've been running that in the hydrostatic unit on the old lawnmower I got. That it's got a snowblower attachment for the front of it. But I was wondering, would it be all right to run that Slickum in that lawnmower in the hydrostatic, or is the shift restore better for that?
Either the shift restore or the FR3. We've tested the FR3 in hydrostatics, and we were able to get an increase in horsepower. We weren't able to put enough science behind the test to be able to publish it, but we knew it was making a difference. But we got to figure out some way to narrow down all the different details so that we can publish something on it. But I would probably go FR3 would do a good job in there.
Yeah, because I was wondering, because I've got a whole gallon of Slickum now. I didn't know if I could pour some of that in there or not.
I think it'd be too thick. I mean, hydrostatic is pretty thin. You know, the FR3 again. We've done it. I mean, I've done it, and we've done it even on dynos and things. So it really does makes a difference. It should make it run cooler and give you a little bit more power. Again, the problem with those engines is, the problem with our test on those engines was that they were small, like 15, 18, 20 horsepower. So the differences weren't easy to log in and duplicate. So we want to go back and try to find a better way to run it all.
I got you. Well, I guess I have to order me a gallon of FR3 in the morning then. That's what I was wondering. So, all right, guys. Well, hey, appreciate it. And, Chris, I'll send you an email. I've got a fellow that down here at the trailer dealer that I deal with all the time. I was telling him about the hub oil stuff, and he was wanting to get a hold of you. So I'll put his information in an email and send it over to you.
Okay,
because I've got it. And appreciate I got the email this morning for the invite to the company Christmas party. I didn't know if I was supposed to say that on the radio or not. I mean, I know that's the invitation only event, but I get my coat and tie pressed, and we'll be there with bells on.
Okay, I can't wait to see you.
Keep it
you guys are going to get some trouble, Steve.
All righty, Moose. Thank you very much. And I guess to reciprocate, Big Moose can invite you to his New Year's party. He was telling me this past day they put on a big New Year's Eve bash, and they've got like a big country music concert, dinner. I mean, big to do. I didn't realize Moose had his own band, and he sent me a link to some of his music and whatnot. So yeah, he invited me up if I could get up there to Troy, Ohio, for the New Year's Eve party there. Yes, they do. Yeah, I guess they've been doing it for years, and I think you said this may be the last year that they do it, kind of thing. So that's pretty cool. All right, we're rolling up on 18 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, plenty of room for you, and we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, then, making our way into a Friday TGIF. Good to have you with us. Do appreciate you spending some time with us. How about that? World War II veteran from Alabama who actually survived COVID last year will be honored on his 105th birthday today with the French Legion of Honor in recognition of his service. Major Lee Wooten, who they say repaired bomb-damaged trains in France as an Army private, will receive France's highest decoration during a combination medal ceremony and birthday party in Huntsville today. Yeah, the Legion of Honor is bestowed upon French citizens as well as foreign nationals who have served France or the ideals it upholds, including those who've contributed to the country professionally, as well as veterans, such as the Americans who risked their lives during World War II fighting on French soil, according to the consulate. But drafted in 1943, Wooten landed in France in 1944. He was one of the four brothers serving at the same time during the war. He served in Le Mans before being sent to work at a railroad station in Paris. Returning home in 1946 following the war, had a post-war career with U.S. Steel there in Birmingham, but actually tested positive for COVID in November of last year. But he recovered in time to spend his 104th birthday at home. So how about that? Happy birthday today, 105 years.
That is cool.
That is pretty, 105. I don't know. We could only wish we could last that long.
Well, I mean, if that were the case, we're only halfway through our life. We got a lot to do, man.
Oh, boy. Yeah, right? Okay. Hey, let's get an update, Chris. Last time you were on, you were talking about having some hiccups and whatnot with your tire system. Anything up and running?
The tire hog has been a great test of my patience. It's like it seems like every time we started up, something else went out. But we are running it now. They're not running tire shreds to it yet because they're still trying to get the speeds and feeds figured out. But we do have power. We do have everything running. We had some problems with controls and sensors, which all that, it's a new invention. So there's, some of that's to be expected. Some of the things weren't connecting the right way. They weren't communicating with different interfaces. So all that's fixed. They've been powering it up and running it. And the next step is we're going to start running tire shreds through it. Right now they're running carbon black just to make sure, the right amount of microwave the right volume of microwaves are hitting it and they can check everything before they start running the actual tires through it. So we're close. Hopefully by the end of the year, we'll, have lots of good stories about it.
I mean, coming up with a concept idea, a brand new invention. It's kind of like, working for NASA or whatever. You come up with ideas. How many launches did SpaceX do with that Starliner that blew up on landing before they got one that didn't explode on landing?
Well, that makes me feel better. So Kevin will probably be glad. You're like his ally there, because I'm like, are you kidding me? You told me last Friday. Well, this happened, and then we just keep going. But it's all right. I mean, it's a big thing. It's a long-term project, so it doesn't, have to learn to be patient and not get in a hurry.
Yeah, okay. Well, meanwhile, let me see here. Get back to the calls here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. And Donnie, I believe it is, got you on the line with Chris Gabrelchik. Good morning, Donnie.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Morning, Chris. Hey, thank you, Chris, for bringing Steve back on. The first time, long time, so just glad to be able to chat with you for a second. I've got a Freightliner glider kit with a 1999 Detroit motor in it, and I'm looking to maybe switch oils. Just kind of wondering what you think the first step should be.
How many miles have you got on it?
390,000.
So you're just kind of getting started on it. So I would look. Does it call for a 1540 or does it have like a 540 or something in there?
I'm running the T6. I'm running the 540 Rotella.
Yeah, then
with a bypass.
Oh, what kind of bypass filter have you got?
I've got the OPS.
Sweet, excellent. Okay, so just out of curiosity, how are your oil change intervals now? Are you going 30, 40,000 miles, or are you?
I'm checking every 25,000, and I've got like 90,000 on this oil right here now.
Oh, that's perfect. So the blue diamond 5W40, if you start using that and you're doing oil analysis, since you have the OPS filter on there, as soon as you start to see any of the additive deplete, you could put the TBM booster in there. It's a different product, but it's the actual additives that we blend the oil with, and you could keep that thing going forever. 200, 300,000 miles. I mean, I wouldn't guarantee that, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. I've had other drivers that have had over 200,000 miles on the truck and had not changed oil. And they were still getting good oil analysis. I mean, really good oil analysis. But that's why we came up with a TBM booster. It's not one of the most talked about products that we have, but we had people using bypass filters and using a full synthetic. And the oil was fine. It really wasn't worn out and it was clean. It's just that the additive started to, the base number started going down. So I looked around and asked if anybody had anything like that. And I checked all the other additives on the market and nobody was really offering that. So I said, we should do this. So we came up with a TBM booster. It's got the FR3 in it. It's got the detergent package and it's got a VI improver just to bring a little bit of the VI back up. But that would be a really good thing. It'd be exciting too if you could report back, let us know how it goes.
Okay. With your oil, do you want, or should I send after I get the oil analysis back? Do I need to send it, email it to you and let you kind of look it over to see how the TBN's doing, or is there a certain number on the TBN that I need to be looking for?
I would love to see the oil analysis if it gets in it, but if you just on your own, when it gets down below 5 or 6, that's when I start getting unhappy with it. I mean, I like it up around, 10, but because they're saying, for those of you that are listening that don't know, the TBN is the total base number. That's the amount of detergent left in the oil. It's kind of like if you're putting Dawn dish soap in your, when you're washing dishes, as you're washing the dishes, the bubbles all go away and then you have to put more in or you have to drain the water and start over. Well, most people just change your oil. What you're doing is have bypass filter, keeping it clean. So we want to bring the base number up. But we used to have, 8, 9, 10 as a total base number. And then with ultra low sulfur diesel, they backed it down to, 3, 4, 5, saying that there's not as much acid being formed in the oil, because that's what the TBN package is made to do, is to keep the acid down so that it doesn't, build up and start to corrode things. But I still like to see 6s and 7s, 8s for the TBN number.
Okay. Now, do I need to run an injector cleaner through beforehand, or will your oil do that as a jump start?
No, with 300,000 miles, does that have a Huey type injector on it? I forgot.
That I don't know. I did sleep at a Holiday Inn once, but that doesn't make me a mechanic.
No, I'm the same boat, man. I'm with you. No, I don't. I mean, I would run the diesel extreme. Anybody has a diesel engine, I would run diesel extreme at least once a year and probably twice a year, just because it's hard to believe, but diesel fuel, as clean as it looks, like you put in a jar, it looks clean, but there are solids in there, and those solids do start to settle out and coat the inside of that engine. So or the fuel system. So you really do need a deep clean. In the past, we used to give the example of using, everyday diesel treatment every day. That's like brushing your teeth every day, but using Diesel Extreme twice a year is like going to the dentist, just to get a deep clean. And it's, from the high level, like just to explain how that works, one is the Diesel Extreme is made to affect all the surfaces in there and the fuel. So there's a lot of cetane boost in there and lubricity. But for the most part, there's a lot of things in there to clean surfaces, where the EDT, everyday diesel treatment, is made to chemically alter the fuel so it burns cleaner. Diesel engines aren't, they're only like 30% efficient. So there's a lot of room for improvement on efficiency by making the fuel burn better. We get a more efficient burn, better fuel economy. We almost always log in between a 3 to 5% increase in fuel economy, which more than pays for the product times two. So it's always worth running EDT, but still run the Diesel Extreme, once or twice a year, just to kind of give yourself a deep clean, get the whole fuel system from the tank, the lines, the pump, everything cleaned out. But
okay.
On the oil side,
appreciate it.
Yeah, and on the oil side, if you're running the Blue Diamond 5W40, again, it would not surprise me if you were able to get good oil analysis for years. I mean, literally years. It'd be really cool to do. It's hard to get people committed to the process, but believe it or not, offshore drilling rigs, we've run this kind of oil, for 40,000 hours, which is like 2.5 million miles. If you were to compare it to an over-the-road truck. So it can hold up. It can do the job. And that's the exact same system that we're using. Bypass filter, test it, use a TBM booster, and use a full PO synthetic. So, I would love to see you get 1 million miles out of an oil change. That would be just cool.
Yeah, okay. I've got another couple questions about the transmission and rear end, but we're getting about the bottom of the hour. You got time for that, Steve, or you want to go?
Hey, if you want to hang on a moment, we could take care of that. I'd be more than happy to put you on hold because, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States and Mexico are announcing a deal that would reinstate a Trump-era border policy. It forces asylum seekers to remain in Mexico until they get court dates in the United States. The Biden administration suspended the program, but that decision was overturned by a federal court. The policy affects several U.S. ports of entry from San Diego to Brownsville, Texas. Speaking at the NIH, President Biden says the United States is greatly improved from where it was a year ago.
Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were fully vaccinated. This Christmas, that number will be 72%, including more than 86% of seniors.
More people have died from COVID under President Biden than under former President Trump. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At -10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to -65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, on a Friday morning, TGIF, here's your chance to talk to Chris Gabrelchik, guy that got it all started, founder, CEO of Hot Shot Secret Lubrication Specialties Incorporated. It is 844-844-3388. Now back, Donnie had a couple more questions. Thanks for hanging in there, Donnie. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks for holding me over. Hey, Chris, is there do you guys have a transmission fluid that, or do you guys just have an additive to add to the transmission fluid on a big truck?
No, we have the adrenaline transmission fluid that's made. It's a full PAO synthetic. It's the Pro Shift +4, depending on which series of transmission fluid you need. But if you go onto the website or call in tomorrow and talk to one of the mechanics on staff, we can make sure you've got the right one. So we did build a full PAO synthetic transmission. They call it Nano Shift. There's the Adrenaline Pro Shift +4, Adrenaline R Series. There's 3 different ones, plus a couple of others, the Blue Diamond, Dextron, depending on what it calls for.
Okay. All right. And the rear end grease, I saw it on the website. it was like, what, a 75, 85? Is that going to be all right? Or do I need to go to like a 75, 90 or a 120 or something?
Right. Depending on what it calls for, usually the viscosity matches how the manufacturer built the transmission. So if they're asking for a 75-90, we would go 75-90. If they're asking for an 85-140, we would do 85-140.
Okay. Well, we're talking for a rear end gear, but okay. And then for the trailer hubs, you just put a little the FR3 in there, and we should be good to go on there. Or is there a special oil that you'd like back there? We've been working on a hub oil additive, and that's what they're calling Slickum. It's a thicker version of the FR3. Same, all the same ingredients, just thicker, more viscous ester that we use to blend it up. So we would probably put something like that together for you. When you put your order in, send me an email or something, and I'll make sure that they get you some out of the lab. Because they haven't put it all out there yet, but we do have some that I can get for you. We'll put that in there as your bonus gift. Oh, sweet. Hell, it's kind of like baby at a topless beach.
Baby at a topless beach.
So, all right, guys, I appreciate your time and everything. And Chris, I'll get you an email, and we'll see if we can get this all put together. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sounds great.
Thank you so much, Don.
Have a great evening or morning.
Yeah, when I was talking to Big Moose yesterday, he's sending you the information. He mentioned he knows some guys at a trailer, a trailer manufacturer or trailer company or whatever it was, and he said they're very interested in that hub oil stuff, because he's going around telling everybody that he's running over the road, and he said whenever they stop, that they're using the temperature gun or whatever, and everything, all the hubs are running like 25 degrees cooler, regardless. And it's just, he said it's pretty amazing thing. So, yeah.
That's a good product. We just have to finish it up. I got that on my list tomorrow to check in with. That's one good thing about doing this show once a month. It brings back all the things we've been talking about. And I go back in the office tomorrow and say, hey, what about this, this, and this? And get updates on it.
I guess you talk about the sheer number of trailers that are out there. I mean, I guess, those hubs, it's something that goes out on trailers. Is that correct? And that's why if they're not lubricated right, you burn up the bearings or whatever? Is that what it's trying to prevent?
The gears, eventually they'll give out. So the least amount of friction, the better off you are. I mean, it just simple as that. I mean, you normally get a lot of abrasive wear in there. The little chunks of metal drop off and they get smashed up and they create more chunks of metal. So we're reducing the friction, which is where you're seeing the temperature reduction. The other thing is, I think in those you get a lot of what they call fluid friction. It's the friction that happens just from the fluid itself, because it's thick oil, or viscous is the way they would say it. But it's kind of like trying to run through a swimming pool versus running through grass. The swimming pool just slows you down. Well, the thicker the oil, the more it slows you down. But you need that thick oil because the pressure's so high. I mean, if you have 80,000 pounds in there, that's going down to a 1-inch gear tooth or something. There's just a lot of pressure there. So we're putting a layer of nanocarbons in between there, and we're probably pulling in some of the other additives with the esters, and it's creating a temperature reduction and less friction.
No, I mean, the idea, I guess he was talking about for some of these companies that have hundreds or even thousands of trailers, that could be a definite cost savings to them if they would use something like that. So, all right.
We'll be all over it.
Let's get back to our calls here, and lines available at 844-844-3388. Daryl, I believe it is. Good morning, Daryl.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, that's good. Hey, I got a couple questions for Chris this morning. On that FR3, Chris, can I get a gallon of that stuff? Does it come in gallon jugs?
It comes in quarts, gallons, 5 gallons, drums, totes.
Okay.
It's all sizes.
Okay, do I got to call in to order that?
Yes, you can call in or go on the website, but if you get the 800 number call, they'll be glad to get that taken care of. Or in the morning,
right.
but the staff gets in at 8, so they can do it also.
Okay. How about that shift restore? Is that something I can get through you, or can I get that like through Tractor Supply or Home Depot or Menards or something?
The only one I think that's carrying that is Tractor Supply, but if you're getting one, at a certain point the shipping's free. So if you're buying one, it's easier just to get it on there and tell them to add however much shift restore you need on top of your FR3, and they'll put it in the box.
Okay, I'll do that. And hey, my last question is on that. I know I talked to you before about this. I got a seal leaking, and it's not a real bad seal. But what is that stuff I can throw in there to kind of swell them up a little bit?
The shift restore.
You had a product, didn't you? Pardon me?
Well, the shift restore is it acts kind of as a seal swelling. So if there's a crack in it and, oil's just leaking out, then it doesn't help. But if it's, shrunken up, because that's what happens to those seals after a couple of years, they get real thin and pliable, and then the oil starts weeping past it. So I think it's the butyl gets absorbed out of it from the oil. So the FR3 or the shift restore, just a little bit of it acts as a seal swell, and it just swells it up a little bit so that it will hopefully stop the leak from happening.
Okay, all right. I know I used an FR3 in my tractor. I had trouble with the power steering. I was telling Steve this yesterday, and I put an ounce of that in there, and that took care of the problem. I can turn it with my finger now. It works great.
Isn't that crazy? I know.
I couldn't believe it.
I know. It's amazing how much of an effect it has on a power steering.
I couldn't believe it. I got 4-wheel drive. I got big, there's big tires on it, and I put an ounce of that stuff in it, and I couldn't believe it. It works great.
Yeah, one of the hosts on Two Guys Garage, Willie, he was telling me one time when I was down there for one of the shootings, because we do, placements in the shows where they talk about our products. And he said that they had a big 4-wheel drive pickup truck in there with, I don't know how big the tires were, but they were really big. And he said, he's a big guy. I mean, he works out a lot big. And he said it took 2 hands to pull it into the studio where we shoot the TV show. And he said that thing was not moving, because I put just a shot glass. You got to put a shot glass of FR3 in the power steering pump. And he goes, and I could move that steering with 1 hand. He goes, I just cannot believe how much difference it made. So yeah, that's a really, really good application for that.
Yeah, it is. I cannot believe it. I'm a true believer in all your products. Okay, well, hey, I'll call in tomorrow. Then I'll order that stuff up, and I'll get it out. I'll get it on my way to get it to my house. And hey, I appreciate everybody. And hey, everybody out there, be safe tonight.
Thank you for
taking my call.
Thank you for listening in. Thanks for being a participant in the program, Daryl. Thank you, and have a great morning, good weekend. And it is 844-844-3388. We return in 2 here on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, news update time will be coming our way just around the corner as we're rolling toward the midnight hour in the West Coast. 3 a.m. Eastern, just around the corner here. Get some of the other industry headlines coming up. First, let's get back to your calls here. And let's see. I'm seeing a name, Ben. I'm not sure. Who we got on the line here?
Gene.
Gene, okay. Gene.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm a first-time caller, a long-time listener. And I've got a 98 International with a 60 series Detroit. I just bought it and just a spare truck. But I was wondering what kind of additives for the oil and like for the fuel system I could be using in it.
What was the kind of engine again? I kind of broke up a little bit there.
It's a 60 series Detroit. It's a 98 model. It's got about 1,200,000 on it.
Oh yeah. This is you definitely want to start off with the stiction eliminator, and I think you're probably gonna need 64 ounces of that, and then the Diesel Extreme for like treat both tanks for a full treatment, and then after that, I mean that'll clean out your fuel system, the lines, the pump, everything, and then on the turbos and on the engine side, you're going to get the engine cleaned out and the turbos. Does that have twin turbos on it?
No, it's just a single. It's 90. It's 98. I just bought a spare truck, but I've been driving a lot because it's a really good running truck. It's just single turbo, the 12.7 60 series Detroit.
Okay. Well then, yeah, I would start off with the stiction eliminator, the Diesel Extreme, and then that's like our cleanup package. And then after that, we go to the everyday diesel treatment, and then the FR3 with the next oil change. And the EDT, it really does pay for itself 2-3 times over. Besides getting a better fuel economy, it's also got a lot of lubricity additive. So it keeps your pump in really good shape. The diesel fuel, since they pulled all the sulfur out of it, it's got issues with, not having enough lubricity. And that fixes that, first of all. But on top of that, it keeps the system clean, and it keeps, gives your fuel economy, should give you a boost. Do you track your fuel economy now?
Yeah, it's got like a Detroit thing on the dash. It says it's like 6.8 for the average. I only pull like 25,000 pounds. Like I don't put a lot of weight with it.
Okay, so not a lot of weight, but it's still, you say 6? 618 is what you're. Yeah.
618.
Okay, so
618.
Yeah. So 6.5 would be a home run.
Okay.
So
Okay.
So then, right? Is that right? So 10%. Yeah. So if you got like 6.5 miles per gallon, you would be really excited, I would think.
Okay. It sounds good. I sure appreciate it. And I'll call in tomorrow and order it.
Sounds great. Let us know if there's anything else you need.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you much, Gene. Hey, I got your number here. First-time caller. Thank you very much for being a part of the show. There's a winner chicken dinner, right? All right.
That's right.
Under our industry headlines, we've got a Missouri-based trucking company that has entered into an acquisition agreement with an affiliate of Ashley Furniture. Springfield, Missouri-based carrier Wilson Logistics will be acquired by Ashley Distribution Services, which is the transportation provider for the retailer Ashley Furniture. Financial terms not disclosed. The acquisition expected to be completed by the end of the year. This acquisition is expected to expand ADS brokerage and distribution operations in the western USA. We're excited to welcome members of the Wilson team as we continue to service existing customers and expand upon the strong legacy established by Wilson, according to an Ashley Furniture representative. According to the FMCSA's SAFER website, Wilson Logistics operates 1,044 trucks, employs 1,142 drivers, began operations as Wiltrans in 1990, numerous terminals, Springfield, Missouri, Missoula, Montana, Pacific and Yakima, Washington, Portland, Oregon, Tracy, California, and Garland, Texas. Ashley Furniture began developing private fleet Ashley Distribution Services in 1974. ADS is currently comprised of more than 900 tractors and 3,700 trailers, making it one of the industry's largest private fleets, they tell us. And one final industry headline as we head towards top of the hour update. Someone brought it up the other night, and I said, because I hadn't heard about it. They were saying Joe Biden once again alluded to the fact that he was a truck driver at one time in time. According to the report from CDL Life, yes, President Biden has once again made the claim that he used to drive a tractor trailer. This was during his visit to the Dakota County Technical School in Rosemont, Minnesota earlier this week on Tuesday. This trip was intended to promote the newly passed Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. According to Fox News, the quote was, "I used to drive a tractor trailer. I know a little bit about big trucks," during a conversation that he was holding. That statement comes after Biden's first mention of his apparent trucker past back in July, a claim that has since been debunked, even by the White House, who pointed out that President Biden had once ridden in a tractor trailer on a 536-mile trip, and he drove a school bus as a summer job in his younger days, but even the White House could find no evidence of the president ever driving an actual semi-truck. Not sure if he knows what day of the week it is, but yep. Well, at least he thinks he was a truck driver. So all right, top of the hour has arrived. Gotta love Joe, right? Sleepy Joe.
I know. It's just so funny. I mean, nobody knows what's going to come out of his mouth, not even him.
All right, so we've got plenty of room for you at the 3 o'clock hour Eastern time. We're rolling up on midnight on the West Coast. Welcome in to a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States and Mexico are announcing a deal that would reinstate a Trump-era border policy. It forces asylum seekers to remain in Mexico until they get court dates in the United States. The Biden administration suspended the program, but that decision was overturned by a federal court. The policy affects several U.S. ports of entry from San Diego to Brownsville, Texas. Speaking at the NIH, President Biden says the United States is greatly improved from where it was a year ago.
Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were fully vaccinated. This Christmas, that number will be 72%, including more than 86% of seniors.
More people have died from COVID under President Biden than under former President Trump. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. That's 800-876-9035.
We're not going to shut the government down. That makes no sense for anyone. Almost no one on either side thinks that's a good idea.
Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, speaking there as a House panel has reached a deal that will likely be passed in the House on an interim spending bill that will keep the government open, but it still will have to pass in the Senate. The White House says pharmacies will be calling, emailing, and texting those who are eligible for a booster shot this upcoming winter. The CDC saying everybody 18 and older should get boosted 6 months after receiving a second dose of a Pfizer or Moderna, while the same applies to those who are 2 months removed from getting their Johnson & Johnson shot. The Biden administration also making a big push through AARP to get older Americans their boosters. Colorado, the latest state to confirm a case of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus. That makes at least 3 cases in the United States. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
45% of Americans in a new Gallup poll reported that recent price increases are causing their families some degree of financial hardship, with 10% describing the hardship as severe. Gallup saying lower income households are likely to be hit especially hard by the recent price increases, with 71% of households making less than $40,000 a year saying inflation has caused hardship. This as Republican Senator from Arkansas Tom Cotton believes President Biden is doing more harm than good when it comes to inflation.
We've had this pandemic for 2 years. We didn't have this kind of inflation, though, until Joe Biden and the Democrats took office. And he's largely just shifting the blame. He's not trying to come up with answers. He's blaming oil companies or OPEC for high gas prices, for instance. Well, it's Joe Biden who shut down the Keystone Pipeline on his first day in office, who refuses to authorize other pipelines needed to move petroleum products across the country, who's trying to charge oil producers more fees for drilling on federal land or in federal waters. These are things that are directly contributing to the inflation that is hurting American families.
Stacey Abrams announced that she's running for governor of Georgia next year. Abrams, a Democrat, narrowly lost to Brian Kemp in 2018 and alleged that the Republican Party suppressed the votes of minorities. In January, Democrats won both U.S. Senate seats in the Georgia special elections. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Much and welcome back on a Friday. TGIF. Yeah, Gilligan posted a link to some of the photos of the fire that was burning there in, was it Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, I think it is. That's a pretty big blaze. The other I mentioned was the town of Denton, Montana. Devastated by a fast-moving wildfire on... all residents in the town had to evacuate on Wednesday. Now, they do say no serious injuries, but this blaze destroyed 25 structures, grain elevators, bridges. So trying to, holding some fundraisers to try to help out there. I'm looking at, we're talking massive grain elevators going up in flames. Now, the other big blaze earlier this week was the one that on the mountain down there in North Carolina. I believe they've got that one under control now. So, meanwhile, we are back with Chris Gabrelchik, and we've got lines available. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hey, let's head on down to the Sunshine State, see what's going on with Philip this morning. Hey there, Philip.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Chris. And Chris, if I don't see you, have a good holiday, buddy. How y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Good. Same to you. Have a great Christmas.
You too. Thanks, Chris. Steve, you missed it last night. I saw a pretty good launch. SpaceX shot one off last night. It was a pretty good launch, I tell you. It was really clear down here. And first time I've seen it, we actually got to see the first stage comeback when they landed out in the ocean. You really can't see it because of the clouds and whatnot, but we got to actually see it last night. It was really cool. If you ever get a chance to come down and see one. Chris, I got a question about that. You call it FRS? Is that the term you call for that one lubricant you make?
FR3?
Or FR3, I'm sorry. Can that be used as a standalone lubricant, like if you're doing on bearings and whatnot? Or does it have to be inside something that has seals and whatnot in it?
It's not so much the seals, but normally in a lubricant, you're going to have different additives to accomplish whatever you're trying to do. So if it's, detergents or EP, extreme pressure lubricants or antioxidants. So it doesn't have any of those in it. So you'd want, it's safe just to be an additive to put into another lubricant.
Oh, okay. Now I got another question. I know you just came back from SEMA and all that out there. Do you get a pretty good rate of return when you go to those conventions? As far as,
This year's SEMA, yes. Apex, no. So for those of you that are listening that don't know, the largest automotive show in the world is the Apex SEMA show out in Las Vegas. And it's actually two trade shows. Apex is, I don't remember what the initials stand for, but it's more about the purchasing agents and that type of thing, and then mechanics. It's a professional only show, so you're supposed to be a diesel mechanic or own a shop to be able to go, or a mechanic. I guess it could be gas or diesel. SEMA is done at the Convention Center in Las Vegas, and the Apex part is done at the Sands Convention Center. And they have buses running in between the two of them. So Apex was not, I mean, there was hardly anybody there. Normally, when you're working a booth, anybody's ever done that, you're running into people every 20, 30 minutes. People are stopping by asking questions. We were all day maybe talking to one person. The SEMA show, on the other hand, man, it was busy. I mean, we had a booth at both, and SEMA show, we had 3-4 people, and they were busy all day, every day. So just one of those things. Now, the one good thing about the Apex show being slow, we were able to get out and talk to the other oil manufacturers and talk to the technical directors and show them what we have to offer as a additive to some of their lubricants and come up with some solutions for them. We do, one of the things that we do at LSI, we do private packaging for people. We also do private development. So if you had a company and said, hey, I want to make an additive that does this, we would develop that additive and either package it for you or hand off the formula so that you can have it done somewhere else. So we had a lot of chance to talk about those things, but it was not well attended. SEMA, yes. Apex was not.
The reason why I'm asking is, I got some friends. I've been playing music for like 42 years, and I've got a lot of friends in the industry, in the music industry, and they were telling me they have the same kind of thing. It's called NAMM, and they're saying a lot of companies are pulling out of that because there's just not really of a rate of return financially for setting up all those booths, and the ones they have at NAMM are usually in LA, so there's a lot of extra costs as far as union costs and whatnot, and setting up the booth. Mm-hmm. A company could spend $100,000 on setting a convention up easy and out there, going out there and putting people up in hotels, and but the rate of return is just not there with the economy that we have now. That's why I was just asking. And also, you started, didn't you? Go ahead.
Well, we had the same discussions beforehand. Do we go all in for the CMA? Because normally we just set up at Apex, and we were trying to figure out, has everybody been cooped up and they can't wait to go to a trade show, or is it going to be everybody staying home because they don't think anything's going to happen? So it was. I think that the everyday, maybe the smaller business people were out and about and doing things where maybe the big corporations, not so much. I think they kept a lot of their people back, like the O'Reillys and the AutoZones and the Walmarts of the world. They didn't send delegates to go. Normally they go when they want to know about what's new, probably just like the NAM show. They want to go see what's new, what's exciting. It's your one chance to see everything in one spot. So I have no idea. It probably just depends on the clientele. If there's, if it's, my guess is that if it's an everyday guy, there's probably going to be a big show. If it's not, maybe not. Like next year we have the MAT show coming up. I expect that to be really well attended, the big trucking show in Louisville, because I think a lot of people will go, but I don't know, corporations maybe not so much.
Also, Steve had mentioned on your show that you started a new division with a chemical division. Are you talking about any of the products coming out on that yet?
Those are all like private formulations, business to business. So that's LSI Chemical. We started that about a year and a half ago. And the idea behind that was some of our formulas were really knocking it out of the park, and they had a bigger place than just, what we were using them for. So we started talking to some of the larger players in the world, actually the whole world, saying, here's some of the unique properties of some of our formulas. And, they were pretty excited about it. So, we've been doing testing on their products and our products and coming up with solutions for them. We've had a lot of interest from, like maybe 20 different countries. So these, they're like the Colombian Air Force, they're trying to run biodiesel on some of the jets, but they're having trouble with gelling. Can you resolve this for us? So we bring samples of their product in, we work on it and send them back. Okay, here's what we're able to do. And then put together, distribution agreements with them. So it's not really the kind of thing that goes to you guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You need to get with Elon Musk and talk to him about a turbo pump for a Merlin engine. See if you can figure out how to lubricate that turbo pump that runs RP1 through it. See what you can get into that one, huh?
I'll do it.
Yeah, Merlin engine. He's having a few problems right now with that Raptor motor he's making. You know about that one, right? The one that runs on the methane.
No, I didn't.
All right, so
tell me.
So on his rockets, like the one that took off last night, he's running RP1, which is a high grade kerosene. It uses a couple chemicals to ignite it to get it started, and then he's running liquid oxygen in with that RP1 as the oxidizer, so when they get up into space, they can use it in the vacuum. Now, on the one he's running at the Starship out in there, Boca Chica, he's using methane, and he's using liquid oxygen with that too, but they're having problems with the metering on it right now, and they're trying to figure it out more. I mean, they're getting their motors. They've figured out the side in Earth atmosphere, but they haven't got quite the vacuum side figured out on it yet when it goes up into space with the oxidizer. So I'm pretty sure they're getting it down, and plus his head propulsion guy just gave up and left him. So it's going to be interesting, but that'd be cool if you could get into some of those guys, get you some of that up there, man. So I appreciate y'all talking to me. Thank you.
Okay. You know, Steve, a couple of years ago, I was reading an article about them having problems. Elon Musk was having problems with stiction and they used the word stiction in one of his ship is. And I'm thinking, hey, this would be really good. It'd be great if we can get in there and work on that.
No doubt.
We never got it. We tried calling them. We tried sending emails and said, hey, this is kind of our arena. This is right what we do. You know, stiction's our specialty. We didn't get any return calls, but that's all right. It's worth a try.
No, like Philip was saying, his propulsion guy bailed on him here, I guess, a week or so ago. Going into the Thanksgiving weekend, he sent out an email to all the employees, and he said, with this whole Raptor engine thing, whatever the problem they're having there, that hey, we run the real risk of bankruptcy if we can't get this, the Raptor engine up to stuff. That the Starliner, the rocket ship that's supposed to eventually go to the moon and then to Mars one of these days, that particular ship uses 39 Raptor engines, 39 engines just to get that thing off the ground and up into space.
I got to do some reading on that.
So you think back to the like the Apollo missions. Wasn't it like 3 engines? Like 3 rocket engines that they used to lift those things up. If you pull up a photograph of the Starship and 39 of those Raptor engines, all in sequence together. I mean, it's a pretty incredible thing, but. All right, what are we looking at? 18 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. We'll get our quick 2-minute timeout. Brad got you coming up next after that. Clear Lines on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we're talking about the Apex SEMA show there in Las Vegas. And Kyle made it sound like, they were pretty busy over there at the SEMA show and picked up a handful of, like, what are they? Independent distributors, I guess you call them. And I do see that, what's it take to be an independent distributor? Who gets to be a distributor for Hot Shot Secret?
So the distributors would be folks that have a reseller's license. So you resell products. Normally it is a diesel mechanic, a dealer. We call them dealers. Somebody that's got maybe 2 bays to 5 bays. I mean, we have large dealers. Then we have the smaller guys. It could just be 1 guy or 2 guys. Then we have different packages set up. They start at $500 and go up to $2,500. But we've got this, a lot of support for them. We have displays, things that explain what the product does, pamphlets, brochures, signage. So we try to work hard at making them successful. And then we have special salespeople that work just with them. The difference being, on the direct side or the dealer side or the folks that we're talking about, they usually want to talk to somebody that knows more about an engine, more about the product. They have to have a more product knowledge and technical savvy as opposed to sales savvy. Now, when you're talking to retailers, they want to know more about shelf pull, like how many bottles does each store sell? What's your advertising campaign? What's your data look like? They're not so much worried about the product that's in the bottle. They're more worried about how well they're going to sell it compared to the other things on the shelf. If you're a retailer or any retailer, it's all about the numbers. I've got X amount of square feet and I've got to make so much per square foot to keep the store afloat. So, you're either, part of the team that's making that happen, or you're part of the team that's getting pushed off the shelf. So it's a different type of conversation where normally dealers, it's their own personal reputation. They want to know that what they're selling isn't, junk or snake oil. So they ask a lot more questions. They want a lot more information. So we've set up a team of people that just deals with that, where they have a little more expertise in that field.
All right, gotcha. Well, like I said, I know I had shared where there was a handful, and I think last week there was 5 or 6 different new distributors that had been added to the network there, and some of them came signed up at the SEMA show. So I was just curious about that.
Yeah. Well, no, and the SEMA show was busy. I was going back and forth between both shows, and SEMA was much, much more exciting than Apex. But the exciting thing about the dealers are that we have products just for them, like engine oils, things of that nature that those products could never be sold on a retail shelf just because there's not enough margin in it. Those places have distribution centers to handle, and then, trucks that have to take to the stores, and the stores have to make money. So they've got a much higher level of markup because their overhead is so much more. So there's some of the products we make, we choose to make them just because they're good products, and there's a a need for them in the market. Now, if it's not going to be sold on the retail shelf, that's fine. We'll sell it through our dealers or on our website. That's why we maintain all three channels of distribution. We're like one of the only companies that I know of that sells, on the web, through dealers, and then through retail. But each place has its own, just has its own world. Some people are really hands-on, and like myself, when I want to buy something, I go online, I research it to death, and then I buy it usually online or from where I want. Other people, hey, I go in and my mechanic changes my oil, and I ask him what to put in it. Well, we want to cater to that guy also. Give him the tools he needs. And then some people are, I always go to the store. I don't shop online, or, if I need something, I'm going to go to Walmart or I'm going to go to O'Reilly. So we want to make sure it's available for them as well.
Okay, very interesting. All right, let's get back to your calls here on a Friday morning. And Brad, thanks for hanging in there. Good morning, Brad.
Hi, good morning. Glad to hear you guys out there this morning. I got a list of things I was wanting to go over with you. I've never called into your radio show before. This is the first time I've called in over the years and gave some traffic updates, but I've never actually talked to Steve. I listen to the podcast mostly on Google Podcasts, and if somebody wants to get a good laugh sometime, they can listen to the speeded up version, because you can pick your speeds on podcasts, and when Monkey Gouger or Tex is on, you speed it up to about 1.5, and it really gives them a funny sound to their voice.
Really?
But what I really want to know tonight is I bought a new Harley Davidson motorcycle, and the oil that it calls for is, of course, the Harley Davidson brand motorcycle oil. But it also says that acceptable oils are oils certified for diesel engines, and they include CH4, CI4, CJ4, and the preferred viscosities are 2050, 1540. I was just looking at your catalog here, and I didn't know if the Blue Diamond 1540 or the Green Diamond 1540 would be a better oil for me. Those engines run very, very hot on those motorcycles.
That's what I hear. So either one of those would work. The difference is that the Green Diamond is a combination of the Group 3 and the Group 4, and then the Blue Diamond is just pure Group 4. So it would last longer, give you just longer service life. You wouldn't have to change it as often. So that would be your choice on which way to go. It costs a little bit more because just the base oils are more money. The same additives go into each of them. They're identical in that way, but a lot of people, like when we were doing the Blue Diamond, a lot of people would call us and say, I just don't have a need to leave it in longer, and I want something that's a lesser price point. Can you come up with something? So we pulled together the Green Diamond.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, I might go with the Blue Diamond then, because when you're out on the road on a motorcycle, you don't have to stop and do an oil change along the way. So that might be the ticket for me on that.
I use Blue Diamond and everything.
Do you? Yeah,
I do.
I mean, it only takes 5 quarts, and that should last for a long time. Have you been to the Farm Science Review before this year for a display?
We have, yeah. And I've been doing the Farm Science Review for probably 25 years off and on. We used to do it. I mean, we've been going there for a long time, but it just depends on where we're at that time of year. If we're extremely busy, sometimes I haven't been able to put together the staff to be able to go and man it. But I think last year we were there. This year we'll be there again.
Okay.
Yeah,
we stopped by. We stopped by the booth, and it was a rough year for the Farm Science Review. They canceled the show on Wednesday, and then the next day was so windy. We were there, and the wind just about took your tent away. I had a hold of one pole, and my wife had a hold of another, and your guys at the booth were piling on everything they could find that weighed something and duct taping it to the poles to keep it to the ground.
Oh, wow. I didn't hear about that. Was that Josh out there? Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know which one it was. I don't know who was out there, but yeah, they were keeping busy with people, and I bought quite a few products from them. Do you ever?
Thank you.
Have you heard of the? I bought stuff from you through Napa before too. Before I knew anywhere else I could get it. Have you seen the YouTube channel Project Farm where he does the comparison of anti-gels?
I have. That was a really good deal for us.
Was it? Yeah, it was kind of interesting where at the end he actually tests the products to see if they'll run a gas engine, and kind of proved to me some of those cheap anti-gel products are basically a little more than gasoline with a little oil put in them or something.
Yeah, we didn't arrange for that or anything. That was like a surprise to us as much as it was everybody else. So yeah, that was a good deal.
Yeah, if anybody has any doubt about what the best anti-gel is out there, watch the YouTube channel called Project Farm. Just search it on YouTube, Project Farm anti-gel, and it'll come up. And what really impressed me was the corrosion resistance and the lubrication that your anti-gel product has in it.
It's hard to, I know I always sound like I'm overselling it, but it's hard to imagine how much work we put into those products. We really go at it from the idea of what is everything we can possibly do to make this product right, instead of what is the least amount of product you can do. And we've done packaged products for other companies, and that's kind of the approach they take to it is, how can we put a product out there for $10? Our price point's $9.95, so we want to buy something from you for $3 or something like that, and it's like, oh man. And then they'll, can we make this claim? That it's really a numbers game on what's the least amount of product that we can put in here and still make the claims. That's the exact opposite of what we do. We don't even look at the price point until the very last step. It's like, okay, what's the best it can be made? And then let's do that. And then the people that want to pay that's the audience that we'll cater to. Early on when the company, because I didn't know anything about running a company, I still am probably not that good at it. But back when it was just me and I was, learning, we had 5 people in the company and then 10 people. I thought, wow, this could go somewhere. I should start learning about how to run a business. So I started reading business books, go to the library, or I just buy them on Amazon. And one of the books I read was Good to Great. And they were talking about the importance of early on in your company, finding out what your purpose is. And they gave examples of how some companies go awry. And he gave the example of Zenith and Sony. And he said, back in the 80s and 70s, if you had a TV, it was either a Zenith or a Sony. Mm-hmm. And he said the founder for Zenith died, and the company just kind of floundered because they didn't really know why they were in business. And of course, now they're out of business. Sony, on the other hand, they knew exactly who they were and what they were trying to do, and they just kept growing and growing and growing. So I kind of talked to our team and said, what is it that we're really about? And we all agreed that it's really about solving problems. That's what we love doing. We love coming up with innovation. We love finding a way to, get another couple miles per gallon, or, solve some $3,000 problem for $25 or $50. So that's when we came up with the slogan, problem-specific solutions. Like that's going to be our company mantra. We're not going to make power steering fluid or brake fluid. We're not going to chase down just business to have business. Our purpose is to find problems and fix them. So that's, really where we've stuck with, and so far it's worked.
That's great. I'm glad to see the success of your company. I use it in my Duramax. I use the everyday diesel treatment, and I'm looking at your oils and stuff, and I've always used Mobil 1 just for regular oil changes, and your oils are priced competitively with that, and they're obviously a little bit better quality. So I think I'll be transitioning over to that with all my motor oils as well.
Yeah, hopefully that'll keep going. That's a strange phenomenon that's happened the last year. The other oil companies have had these really big price increases. We've been getting hit with them too, but is trying to maintain our pricing structure as much as we can and come up with better, more economical ways to do things and, keep the product intact. But I think that the oil industry is going through some really big problems right now. We talked to somebody at the Apex SEMA show, and they said there's a shortage of zinc in the market. And they said, they're concerned that there won't be enough zinc to supply all the oil manufacturers in the future. I guess the EPA might have closed down a couple of mines, and then there's something else. Maybe the batteries are taken in. They're like, yeah, we're getting concerned that there won't be enough zinc, even to supply like the Walmarts of the world. I'm thinking, wow, this could be a really interesting year,
Yeah, you got to have the additives if you're going to sell the oil. Oh, one more thing before you go there. The transmission repair oil. You'd said it so many times there. What's it called?
Shift Restore.
Yeah. My wife had been complaining about slow shift in her Tahoe, and I never experienced it, but I don't drive quite like she does. So I tried driving like she does, and I actually experienced it a few times. And I put the Shift Restore in it, and I have not had any more complaints about the shifting. So I believe that fixed that problem. It was how a transmission acts when it gets a little low. It just kind of, the engine speeded up, and then it kind of slammed into gear, and it hasn't done that since.
That is a great process. I mean, it's one of those unsung heroes. A lot of times when, we're talking to the sales team and the marketing team, the FR3 and the Stitch Eliminator, the Diesel Extreme, those are the headlines in the EDT. And I said, these other products are every bit as good, if not better. I mean, the Shift Restore, the TBM booster, it's like you have to find a way to tell the story to educate the consumer so that they can have the opportunity to try these. But I'm with you. I love the Shift Restore. It's just a really, really great product.
Yeah, I put it in a power steering pump on my Duramax too, because it uses the Hydro Boost for the brakes. And you need all the help you can on the cold winter with the brakes on those. Just the power steering fluid. If it's cold, you don't have the braking that you normally have. So I haven't experienced cold weather with it yet, but hopefully that'll even help in the cold weather with the braking on the Duramax.
Oh yeah, well, good. That's good intel too. I'll have to think about that.
All right.
Well, thank you very much, Brad. Brad, I've got your number here. You've got you went through all your points, yep, and I've got you. Hey, first time caller, though. Don't be a stranger now. All right. It was good to hear from you, and we'll help you get started on transitioning to the diamond oil. And with that, okay, first time this morning, we've got clear lines. It is 844-844-3388. That means jump on in here. Of course, we just kind of threw the clock out the window, a little bit behind here, but it's news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States and Mexico are announcing a deal that would reinstate a Trump-era border policy. It forces asylum seekers to remain in Mexico until they get court dates in the United States. The Biden administration suspended the program, but that decision was overturned by a federal court. The policy affects several U.S. ports of entry from San Diego to Brownsville, Texas. Speaking at the NIH, President Biden says the United States is greatly improved from where it was a year ago.
Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were fully vaccinated. This Christmas, that number will be 72%, including more than 86% of seniors.
More people have died from COVID under President Biden than under former President Trump. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
As we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, got a Friday coming on here. Great to have you on board. And you got the lines available at 844-844-3388. Before we get back to the calls, I want to throw this out there. I don't know if you pay much attention to what's happening elsewhere around the world with this whole COVID thing, but as of the midnight hour, November 15th, Austria began a nationwide lockdown, trying to rein in, supposedly, the COVID cases. What makes the lockdown unique is that it only applies to residents ages 12 and older who have declined to receive the vaccine. Now, there's an exception made for unvaccinated individuals who have recently recovered from COVID there. But if you're not vaccinated, you're only permitted to exit your front door for, quote, essential work, essential shopping such as food, quick exercise, or to go get the vaccine. All other outdoor leisure activities are forbidden. This lockdown is reportedly affecting an estimated 2 million of the 8.9 million residents there. And they say random spot checks to make sure no healthy, unvaccinated people are roaming the streets. Fines for breaking the lockdown runs as high as $1,640 US. And now I'm looking at headlines. Drudge had the headline where Germany is about to begin a similar scenario, a lockdown. Only the unvaccinated aren't allowed to leave their homes. What is this world coming to? Do you see that at some point maybe coming to the United States, Chris?
No, I don't think we'd ever put up with it. I mean, this is like one world order crap going on right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I was on a blog with a guy from Canada, and it was a vaccine thing. I don't know how I got on it, but I started reading it, and basically he was saying that this is coming to you. There's nothing you can do about it. They're going to lock you down. They're going to use the army. I said, that won't happen here. He said, oh yeah, it's happened here in Canada. I said, yeah, we have guns. You don't. It's like, I think there's 1.2 guns for every U.S. citizen. It's like, there comes a certain breaking point where I think people just get frustrated. It's like, yeah, I'm not putting up with that. And I think we have enough conservative lawmakers that they would, hopefully they would never let that happen. But holy smokes, that is just, that's crazy. That's really, really crazy.
Well, like I said, that's the headline. That, Germany, I guess one of her last acts, Angela Merkel, they're talking about doing the same thing. Not letting unvaccinated aren't allowed to do anything as far as going into restaurants, bars, any public venues or anything. It's just, it is insane. Oh well.
Just what worries me so much is that it's not about the science. It just seems like they're so hard pressed to get everybody to do this, whether it makes sense or not. There's plenty of treatments for it. There's ways to make things better, but they are dead set on making everybody take that vaccine, and that just worries me to no end. I was at a board meeting, and everybody was several of the board members were on hospital boards, and they were lamenting the fact that there were so many unvaccinated people, and they didn't understand this, and the hospitals got a lot of business going on, and they're booked and this and that and the other thing. And then, I spoke up and just said, I think that the frustration is that there's no liability. And I said, well, what would happen if I took the vaccine and I was paralyzed? They're going to send me into a hospital room and say, sorry for your luck. By the way, you have to pay for this for the rest of your life. I said, which, on one hand makes sense, but on the other hand, when you look at, Pfizer's a $200 billion company. Moderna's, these people are making billions of dollars on this. And there's zero liability. None. So it's like, if this is so safe and everything's so kosher, then why don't they say, hey, we're going to make sure you're taken care of. If anything happens, we'll pay for it. You don't hear that.
Yep. Valid point.
Which to me is a big red flag.
Yeah, I shared the Moderna numbers last night or night before. That Moderna, I believe it was their third quarter. They made $197 billion total. 180 something billion of that was from the COVID vaccine. So go figure. So you take the COVID vaccine out of their $197 billion, they've only made less than $10 billion.
Mm-hmm.
COVID is making them a very, very, very rich company.
Well, I guess the last 60 days, I've kind of turned my attitude around a little bit in terms of I used to kind of keep my mouth shut and just try to stay out of the way. And now I'm not that way at all. It's like, if it comes up and somebody brings it up, I express my opinion. It's like, I think that people have to start saying that and being more, just more honest about it. It's like, no, I don't feel comfortable with this, and this is why. I mean, I'm not going to be rude or obnoxious about it, but at the same time, I think we have a right to express our concerns and have a right to not get the vaccine if we choose not to do that. It just seems like the silent majority needs to maybe not be so silent anymore.
All right. Let's get back on track. But Scarecrow, how the heck are you? Good morning.
I've never done better, Steve. I can taste the weekend coming,
Yes, sir.
Doesn't get any better than that. Chris, welcome back. The way I understand it, this will be our last conversation before the end of the year. So given we're not all that politically correct around here, well, I'm going to wish you the merriest of Christmas that's available. There's right at
you. Same to you,
I don't
man.
have any,
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. I don't have any direct questions for you here tonight, Chris, but pay attention because you will be tied in here. Now, Steve, I kind of suspect that you'll be getting a complimentary invitation to that Christmas party that Chris throws there, even though we know you're not going to be able to attend. And I fully suspected that we were going to hear from Horse Feathers tonight about that very issue.
Yeah.
Now, given that you're probably going to be in possession of this invitation, and we know Horse Feathers really wants to go to that party, I see a financial windfall in this for you. What do you think?
How much you think what's the going price? What do you say?
Well, I don't know. It sounds like quite the chivalry that Chris puts on there. Now, I don't know if Chris could be upfront about it. Probably sound like it's almost priceless, huh?
It has been in the past. Now, in full disclosure here, the larger the company is getting, the harder it is to do those types of parties. So we're calming it down a little bit this year, so there won't be near as much things going on. It's, we're trying to formalize a little bit, use it as a chance to give people, awards and recognize people that have done a really good job. It's really one chance. I don't know about you guys, but very seldom do you get to really get dressed up and go to a formal event. It's just not part of my life normally. You know what I mean? So we kind of wanted to give everybody a chance to get dressed up, bring your families, be recognized, make it more of a, higher end type of thing. It's in the past we'd get a band. In the past we get a band, have an open bar, and just have a big party. But we're trying to make it a little bit more higher notch than that today.
I suspect Horse Feathers is probably bowing his head a little bit at this very moment. But well, we'll leave that between the three of you then. And Steve, a bit of a favor. Since the after hour demise, I don't have means of getting in touch with Big Moose there. I got a little trinket for him I ran into. If he's at all interested in it, I'm going to email a picture of it to you in a bit. If you could forward that to him somehow, along with my number, that leave it up to him if he wants to decide to share his contact information with me or not. Let's see, what else did I have going here? Regarding last night, towards the end of your show, you're talking about the chase cars, for that U2 and the Camaro and all. Well, Dodge Challenger, or I'm sorry, the Charger. That seems to be the go-to car these days. I'm thinking probably it's cheaper to repair than the Camaro. I don't know why else, but the longevity isn't all that great. The boys, they like to really throw it at them. But yeah, you were right. You know, visibility from the cockpit in those planes is non-existent. That nose with all the electronics and whatnot, it sticks out there so far that, you know, they cannot see the runway on takeoff or landing. So either way, and I guess there are Audis that they'd probably use over in Great Britain and such, but let's see, I'm trying to think there's one other thing. I was curious. Given the anniversary of the program here, how did you guys get the word out that you were back on the air? Did you send text messages out to previous callers and then let word of mouth take over? I hadn't called prior to April, when I discovered you the second time, and that was only because I heard your promo on 700 there. That's what hooked me back in. But I'm figuring somewhere along the way, you guys had to get the word out that you're going to be making the airwaves again.
Most of that, 90% of that, it was social media. Facebook, I shared it on Facebook. Hot Shot Secret shared it on their Facebook and their YouTube. And I'm right there, like 4,000 Facebook friends. So, there's a bunch of them out there, and many of them would also share it with their friends. So really, it was, for the most part, social media. Anything else we did, Chris?
No, that was primarily it. It was a Facebook push. We were doing our Facebook Live at the time, so we were, talking about it on there. And then I think they may have done an AdWords campaign, but we didn't. We have not gotten together yet with a full, full court press yet. That's really one of the things that we're planning for first quarter of next year is to do something like at truck stops. We're looking at some other national radio programs to advertise the overnight drive on.
Okay. Yeah, I've never been a Facebook person and such, and given all the comments that I hear on a nightly basis, I'm thinking maybe I'm missing out on something. We may have to step up to the modern world here one of these days. So either way,
I'm with you.
That's.
I don't have Facebook either. When they canceled Trump, I canceled them and said, you know what, forget it. But it does. It's almost crippling. Everybody uses Facebook for so much. It's hard to exist without it.
Well, we're so far behind the times in our household and such. My wife, she does the Facebook and all, but we kind of each, with Christmas coming now, we're kind of wondering what our boys are going to try to update us with, this time around. It'll be something electronic. Last year was one of those Nest thermostats. Well, I don't have to be able to turn my temperature up and down from 100 miles away or whatever. We had programmable thermostat prior to that did just fine. Well, and given that our furnace is 40 years old, it turned out the transformer in it wasn't big enough to keep the Nest charged once we got into the air conditioning season. So I had to go out, and no big deal, just go out and buy a auxiliary transformer and tie into that Nest and whatnot now. But so yeah, it's through a curiosity, whether it'll be one of them Ring doorbell things or whatever.
Yeah,
We've never even had a doorbell, so it'll be something electronic, I guarantee you. So with that, we'll let there, and maybe there's actually a tech question waiting there. So well, thanks again, Chris, for making this all happen, and we're going to do this again. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Scarecrow. Have a great morning. Yes. Pappy said, hey, whatever horse feathers bids, I bid $1 more. All right. With that, we close things out for another hour. We got 1 hour yet to go, though. 1 full hour just ahead. And room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The president releasing the administration's COVID-19 winter strategy. Joe Biden saying the situation in the U.S. is greatly improved as compared to a year ago, as he cites growing concerns about the new Omicron variant. He does warn things could take another turn for the worse this winter, but he is taking steps to try to reduce the risk.
And it doesn't include shutdowns or lockdowns, but widespread vaccinations and boosters and testing and a lot more.
A bill to extend government funding is on its way to the U.S. Senate after some quick passage by the U.S. House, as the measure that was approved by a 221 to 212 vote pushes existing funding to mid-February. It's aimed at averting a government shutdown. Hulu is now pulling a documentary about the Astroworld tragedy after facing social media backlash. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it time for open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the typical family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. It really is remarkable. There's more than 400,000 members now who have shared more than $4 billion in medical bills, so they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing. If you join before December 15th, they'll waive your new member fee. So that's another $170 you'll save. I'll give you the number here in a second, but call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline, December 15th. So call now and you'll save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The U.S. House committee that's looking into the January attack on the Capitol will increase public hearings in the coming year. Committee co-chair Liz Cheney telling a House panel that there will be a multiple number of weeks' worth of hearings that will show, in her words, exactly what happened every minute of the day on that January day at the Capitol as well as at the White House. That Wyoming Republican Cheney was stripped of her House GOP leadership post over her frequent criticism of former President Trump. Stocks finishing on a positive note on Thursday, trading after 2 poor days in a row. It's been a crazy ride for Wall Street over the past few sessions, starting with more than a 900-point drop by the Dow on Black Friday amid concerns about that new variant of the coronavirus. But on Thursday trading, the Dow rose 618 points, and the NASDAQ finished with a gain of 127. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
We're talking a lot about inflation these days. How do Americans feel about it? Well, with one gauge, here's USA Radio's Tim Berg.
45% of Americans in a new Gallup poll reported that recent price increases are causing their families some degree of financial hardship, with 10% describing the hardship as severe. Gallup saying lower income households are likely to be hit especially hard by the recent price increases, with 71% of households making less than $40,000 a year saying inflation has caused hardship. This as Republican Senator from Arkansas Tom Cotton believes President Biden is doing more harm than good.
He's largely just shifting the blame. He's not trying to come up with answers. He's blaming oil companies or OPEC for high gas prices, for instance. Well, it's Joe Biden who shut down the Keystone Pipeline on his first day in office, who refuses to authorize other pipelines needed to move petroleum products across the country.
And for the first time ever, Disney World in Orlando is apparently spreading holiday cheer by including Black Santas as part of their festivities at their resorts for the first time ever. That's known of. The company hasn't put out an official statement about it, but patrons have taken to social media noting it. That began actually several weeks ago, and most of the comments have been celebrating it. One person tweeting, "Thank you for the representation." And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Final hour here on a Friday. We're into the third day of December. Wow. Another year winding down. Chris, I was looking over the rest of our Dumbass of the Week nominees. Almost forgot to get back to those. Obviously, you recall our first DA of the Week was there in Florida, only in Florida. You got a lot of dumbasses down there, Chris?
Apparently. I mean, I haven't noticed them, but you got some good stories.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because I pulled up the rest of the list. Chris, every DA of the Week nominee is from Florida this week. I don't know if Brain Dead did that intentionally or what the case was, but literally every one of them.
Maybe. Well, I think he's just trying to say this is why Chris is there, because he's one of them dumbasses.
A Florida woman has been arrested after pulling a gun on an employee while at the Popeyes drive-thru window. 26-year-old Chelsea Lumpkin was in line at the drive-thru when a disagreement broke out with an employee. Lumpkin requested another employee to prepare her order. According to investigators, at some point during the argument, Lumpkin pulled out a firearm, waving it at the air, saying, "Bitch, don't fix my food." Investigators did locate the handgun on Lumpkin's purse, noted that the woman does indeed have a concealed carry license, but I guess the license does not necessarily give you the right to whip it out and just threaten anybody with it at any given time.
Gosh.
Oh,
that's something seriously wrong there.
Let's move on to a Florida man. A Florida man facing aggravated battery charges after stabbing a woman in the head with a fork after a disagreement over a potato. Deputies say an argument started when 36-year-old Kenneth Crumpton became angry over an undercooked potato on his plate that the woman made. Stabbed the woman multiple times in the head with his fork. Let's see. Investigators say the woman had multiple stab wounds and was bleeding from her head but refused treatment. I don't know. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say that probably, I don't know, maybe a bit of alcohol may have been involved in that little domestic disagreement, you think?
I'm betting you're right on that.
Undercooked potato. And one more from Clearwater, Florida. A Clearwater man arrested Thanksgiving morning after getting into an altercation with a pair of sisters over using gym equipment. People fight over the craziest things. An affidavit states the sisters were using an exercise machine while the man, identified as 78-year-old Robert Dworak, was waiting his turn. Yeah, the man then sat on one of the women and used the machine instead. When the other woman told him to get off of her sister, he pushed the woman away. Yeah, he then admitted to pushing the woman, and witnesses say he was the aggressor in this case. He's facing simple battery. So I guess he's at the gym or whatever. It's like, come on, woman, I want my turn on the machine. Oh, well.
Yep. And he was 78 years old.
78 years old, yes.
You know, I wonder sometimes with all the, it seems like this whole COVID thing and the way they keep getting all the nervousness about it, if it's not creating so much stress and angst amongst everybody that these things are happening because everybody's just so wound tight. You know, it seems like we are not a calm, cool, collective society as we were 2-3 years ago.
And every time you turn around, you're seeing a story about passengers on flights, aggressive, angry, and just, violent outbreaks on planes. It's crazy. Hey, well, let's get back to our... Go ahead.
It is kind of... irritating the way they make you wear masks all the time, and now they're not serving drinks on like Southwest. I don't know that they're helping anything. At this point, they're just kind of adding to the difficulty here.
Frustration factors. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just not fun. You have to get there 2 hours early because of the terrorist stuff. And then, you have to sit there with a mask on for 2 hours and then another however many hours on the flight. And, oh, by the way, we're not going to let you have any beer. It's like, oh, that helps.
Wow.
Who thought this system up?
I did have a question via the email from Phil. Can you ask Chris, do you need to leave oil out of your engine to add the stiction eliminator on a gasoline engine?
Yes. It's easier to put the stiction eliminator in first and then top it off with oil. But yeah, it replaces oil. It's going to displace however much you put in. Yep. On a gas engine. It's usually like 8 ounces or 16 ounces or something.
So the answer to your question is yes, sir. All right. Rob's on the line. Morning, Rob.
Morning, Steve. Morning, Chris. How are you?
Good.
Great.
I listen as often as I can. I don't get to listen all the time. I've heard you talk about, Chris, about the shift restore. I think someone had either emailed or called in about its use in, or actually it was the FR3 in hydrostatic transmissions, like say, for instance, in riding lawnmowers. And I haven't heard anything mentioned about using shift restore in hydrostatic transmissions on lawnmowers. I've got a piece of property here. It's an old farmette I purchased back in 2003, and some of what is now lawn was pasture where animals were raised, and it's a little rough, and how stones keep coming up a little closer to the surface every year with the frost that we have here in Wisconsin, and so I built myself a lawn roller, and I have a tendency to overkill things, and heavier is better. You want to push that stuff back down and make it smooth as a pool table, so when you're mowing, you can go faster. But I took out one of my hydrostatic transmissions in my lawnmower about 10 years ago, and that was an expensive learning mistake. That is probably the most expensive part of the lawnmower is that rear end in that thing. And since then, I have 3 riding lawnmowers totally. Each one's got its own purpose. I mow quite a bit of grass, but about I'm never going to let that happen again. So I stopped using a lawn roller with my lawnmower, and I just use it for like plugging or aerating and thatching. But I want to take care of the hydrostatic as best I can. And my newest lawnmower, I noticed this summer, was starting to, I recognized the signs right away, where it started to get a little noisy, and I could feel vibration in my foot pedal. And I'm like, okay, this is where you stop, Rob. Don't keep going with this, because this is only going to get worse. So I drained all the fluid, got the 2 replacement filters. And I remember what you said that Shift Restore does is it cleans out like the little oil passageways and stuff. And I was wondering if you have any experience with that in the hydrostatics and lawnmowers with the Shift Restore.
I didn't think to use a Shift Restore in the hydrostatic. I went right to the FR3. So either one would work. I've tested the FR3. They're 2 completely different products, but they work along the same line. So the FR3 is going to have 2 different esters and a nanocarbon. It works really well with hydraulics. The Shift Restore is an ester, and that's all it is. There's no nanocarbons in there, and we were trying to limit the amount of things that could go wrong. So in an automatic transmission, it's a really, really finely tuned oil. It's one of the hardest oils to make and keep on spec, just because there's so much that goes into it. So there wasn't as much opportunity for improvement with that. Where on the FR3 and the hydrostatic, there's a little bit more room to improve things. So we have tested the FR3 and the hydrostatic. I have not tested the Shift Restore, but we can give that a shot and see.
Okay. I'm like, well, I'm a firm believer in your products and have nothing but good things to say about them. I'm like, well, the oil in a hydrostatic, at least in my tractors, is just synthetic Mobil 1 engine oil. It's not actually an ATF. It's not an ATF. So maybe they're not as finicky as an automatic transmission in a vehicle.
They're not, and I think the reason they shift over to an engine oil, or I'm like 90% sure, because this happens a lot, is it's more thermally stable. So a lot of times, like transmission fluids don't get nearly as hot, and then they will oxidize. If you warm them up, and those hydrostatic drives get pretty warm. So a lot of times they'll shift over to an engine oil when it's a hot application, because one of the things that manufacturers have to do is they have to specify products that are easily available on the shelf. So normally they don't say, you have to buy the special oil. It has to be something you can go to the shelf and buy. A lot of times on truck transmissions and things like that, where they get really hot, they'll put an engine oil in it. I talked to a couple of manufacturers to ask them why, and it was really a thermal stability that they're shooting for. So that's most likely why they're using that, asking for a Mobil, just because it gets hot. It probably gets to 200 degrees, and they know that would burn up a regular fluid.
And they on those rear ends too, there's quite a few aluminum heat fins on them, and if they're belt driven, there's a pulley on the top of them. And the belt, of course, is on the pulley, and then they have a little plastic fan on there. So when the pulley's spinning, the fan's spinning, trying to keep the top of the aluminum case of the rear end cool. And so you're probably right. They probably do get quite hot. And I think with pulling that, lawn roller, it's a lot of weight that really makes that hydrostatic transmission work hard. I often wondered if maybe a regular geared transmission in a lawnmower would be a better application for pulling a lawn roller, where you just put it in one gear and it stays in there. You're not speeding up and slowing down, creating a lot of friction, which, makes heat.
Yeah, it would. I mean, the gears work better. I mean, the hydrostatic is basically a hydraulic pump. Now, the FR3, again, that'll cool that down and make it run better. But, just in general, I think that a lot of times, the gears in that kind of application might work better. But if you think about it, like even big bulldozers, those have hydrostatic drives in them. Probably a lot, might be sized better. But if that hydrostatic drive wasn't sized to pull a lawn roller, you're over working it. It's pushing the fluid as quick as it can. Yeah.
Correct. So now what I did is I learned that, Dad always used to say, if it hits you hard enough in the wallet, then the light bulb comes on, And so now I go and I rent a double drum little mini asphalt roller to roll my lawn with for $100 a day. And my neighbors kind of rubberneck and look at me a little goofy when they go by and this guy's rolling his lawn on a little mini asphalt roller, but it does a better job than any pull behind thing I could ever build. And I'm not abusing my lawnmower while I'm doing it,
I bet it does. I did that back in my early days when I was building houses way back in my early 20s. We had somebody that was upset with the lawn after we got the house done. They said it's still not smooth enough, and that's what we did. We went with one of those and rolled it, and everybody looked at us like we were crazy. But man, that makes it nice and flat and smooth.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I would say you could shoot pool on it when you're done, and you know exactly where your rocks are. If they're 1 inch below the surface, it's a little hard on the back. That thing rides a little rough. I don't know how them guys don't go to the chiropractor on a regular basis because there's no suspension on them things, but it sure does a good job for that.
Yep.
Getting back to the hydrostatic, another thing I learned with that too to help keep it cooler is just to keep the dirt off it. Any of the dirt just won't let it dissipate its heat. I get underneath there with a pressure washer. I planted some trees out in my field out here, and I wanted to give them a chance and keep the grass down around them so it doesn't choke them out until they get to be established in a decent size. And then you get mud and dirt and stuff. It's not really lawn. It's kind of like field. Well, I'm like, I bet you that transmission's getting hot because it just can't breathe. So I learned my lesson with that. I put a little shift restore in it when I changed the fluid, and fortunately for me, I don't think there was any damage done to it. It's just as fast on the foot pedal as it was before. Once I changed the filters and put the new fluid in it, I'm like, I hope I didn't damage it because I stopped right away. And I thought, I put some shift restore in it, and we'll see what happens. It's just like it was the day it was new, but I can try some FR3 in it also.
Yeah, sounds like you got it in time, man.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for checking in, Rob in Wisconsin, I believe it was. And a quick 2-minute time out here. Get back to the email and your calls just ahead on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, let me see here. Question number 1 from David. I have a Lincoln. I want to put some FR3 in the power steering. How much do I use? And do I need to drain some out first?
Normally, there's enough room in the power steering to put in just like 2 ounces. It does not take very much at all. I mean, literally just an ounce or 2, about the amount that would go into a shot glass. So in the past, all the times I've done it, I have not needed to drain any out. But if it's full all the way to the top, you could put a paper towel in there, just pull enough out to put a little bit in.
Okay. Get turkey baster or something. Suck a little bit out. Let me see here. Hey, Chris, my motorcycle holds 3.5 quarts of oil. How much stiction eliminator should I put in there? I guess I've got one of the 32-ounce bottles here, and it says treats 16 quarts of oil. So what do you think, 7 ounces maybe, something like that?
Yeah, about 6 or 7 ounces.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. And next up is Gilligan. What's happening, Gilligan?
Oh, not much there, Steve. And good morning, Steve and Chris, and thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I got a question for you, Chris. I've got that 05 F-150 I've spoken to you before on, and you're talking about putting the FR3 and stuff into the power steering. I've had to put literally 2 racket pinions in this thing. It's got like 148,000 miles on it. I bought the truck over 10 years ago with 53,000 on it. Soon after I got it, a seal started leaking. About 10,000 miles ago, the seals went out again, and the only way to fix that is to replace the racket pinion. We're talking a $500 bill to put a racket pinion in this thing. Would your transmission fix, because it does take transmission fluid, or the FR3 help protect those seals?
Yes. So if it's, I'm assuming that those seals are drying out somehow and then kind of like leaking or weeping around them, that they're not actually cracking and breaking apart, because it takes a long time for that to happen. And one of the natural properties of an ester, a group 5 ester, is that they swell seals up just a little bit, like 2 to 5%, not anything to do anything bad. So yes, it would. If you keep that in there, or just put some into the power steering, it should keep those seals rejuvenated and keep them pliable and fresh.
Okay, maybe you ought to just expand on that more. This is an idea for advertising, because you're talking about how it does help the bearings and the rings and stuff in the motors and the gears and the transmission and stuff like that. But maybe just an idea, it would also help your seals, if that makes sense. Just the marketing tip from an old West Virginia hillbilly. What can I say?
No, that's good. We need to have that call out in there, and it's one of those areas that we've not matured in. Sometimes it's just trying to keep up with everything that's going on day to day. But that's, we really need to develop those ideas out and work on that.
Well, that's about all I got, but thank you for sponsoring the show, Chris. We really appreciate it. I've been a long-time fan of Steve. I listened to him back when he was on the weekends and producing for his dad. I started back in about 99, and I started listening to him about that same time. Will you all take care? And I probably won't talk to you till then. Hope you have a Merry Christmas, Chris. Thank you.
You too. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gilligan. There you go. All right, we're almost to the news break, bottom of the hour. It's 844-844-3388. I don't know if you could answer the question or not. First, the story, Chris, but police in Kansas City, Missouri, investigating a single vehicle crash that claimed the life of 2 a little after 4 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. Now, the truck driver traveling westbound on I-70 lost control exiting onto I-435, causing the semi to overturn onto the left side. it caught fire. It wasn't the trailer. It was the actual tractor that caught fire, and both of them perished in the blaze there. It seems like, and I've talked to several drivers who say they believe that these, I don't know, the DPF systems, these regen systems or whatever, that are running very, very hot, these newer engines, and we're seeing a lot more incidents where a diesel spill that I guess historically would not combust, but there's such extreme heat under the hood of some of these engines now that we're seeing an awful lot of big rig fires. Are you familiar with that at all?
No, I've not looked into that, but I know that, diesel fuel has a fairly high flash point, the point where it just wants to combust. That's why, like gasoline, like a car rolls over, it can explode because of the gas, but diesel doesn't do that. It almost needs a wick to burn. Like you could, and not that anybody should do this, but you could throw a match inside a bowl of diesel fuel and the match just goes out.
I've heard that.
But if you put a wick in it, well, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's like kind of like kerosene. If you put a wick in it and the wick will burn, it'll draw the diesel up in and burn off. But it's just, gasoline is the fumes that are actually burning because it's, if you had if you spill gasoline, it smells horrible. I mean, it just evaporates and then, fills the room. That's what's burning. It's the fumes. But on diesel, it doesn't really work that way. So I don't admit the DPFs do get really, really hot, and that could be adding to it. But I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I'll do a little bit of research.
Yeah, just under the industry headlines, just throwing that out there. But okay, we're going to get a news break and come back on the home stretch here, a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Federal government shutdown averted again. The U.S. Senate passing a stopgap funding bill to avert such a shutdown at least through mid-February. Senators voting 69-28 to approve the measure, which had been approved by the U.S. House earlier Thursday. Lawmakers had been facing a Friday midnight deadline before a government shutdown would have been triggered if there was no action taken. Alec Baldwin giving his first interview since a deadly shooting on a movie set where he pulled the trigger.
I've spoken to the sheriff's department multiple times. I don't have anything to hide. You know what I mean?
During that interview with ABC News, Baldwin was asked about how that live round made its way onto the movie set.
That's for a criminal investigation to solve. I have no idea. I take that back. I have some ideas, but that's not for me to say.
The incident left the cinematographer on the movie Rust dead and its director wounded. And this is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more, chat with other players, meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Maybe this is you too. A lot of people do not like their health plan right now, but great news, you're not stuck with it. There's another choice called MediShare, and it's a great option if you're self-employed or changing jobs or part of the gig economy. The typical family saves $500 a month with MediShare, and the customer satisfaction rate is double that of typical health insurance. Find out more, including how much you'll save. Just call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, going to get right back to the calls. I did just get an email here a couple minutes ago from Rob, a listener. Guessing he just tuned in here recently. It was, Chris, I was wondering how your tire machine project is coming along.
Well, we got touched on this in the first hour. We are slowly making progress. We are running things, and you know what's happened is because it's a new invention, there was a lot of little bugs in it. You know, like different things weren't communicating well with other things. Some of the sensors didn't work, so we've been replacing those things and getting it fixed. So at present we're running it. We've got the microwave applicator, the microwave generators fired up, and we're processing just pure carbon black through it to adjust the feeds and the speeds on it to make sure that the right amount of power is hitting it. And then hopefully they've got all that done this week, and then next week we'll start running tire shreds through it. If not, it'll be the week after that.
So
we're making progress.
Gradually,
hopefully by the end of this month.
Slowly but surely making progress. And like I said, it's a big deal, big thing. All right, back to the calls here, and I'm not seeing a name, but somebody calling about the Blue Diamond, it says here.
Hey, Steve.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me over?
Yes,
Good morning.
sir.
I got a question about this Blue Diamond oil. Chris, is that your oil?
Yes, that's our oil. We blend it. We made it, the whole nine.
I'm a truck driver, and my brother's a mechanic, so you know we ain't going to get along at all. Truck drivers and mechanics never get along. Okay. He was talking to me about an oil that could handle the heat cycles, you know, over and over and over again. And I'm like, well, I just changed my oil every 10,000 miles. He said, yeah, and you waste a lot of money. So is your oil designed to take those heat cycles over and over and over again? You start the truck, you run the truck, the oil gets hot, and then you stop the truck, shut the truck off. Next thing you know, the oil back down to wherever it's going and then back up again. And to me, that always was hard, real hard on the oil. My brother says, no, it's not. Oil is oil and never goes bad. It's the base that goes bad. So we was having this large discussion over some adult beverages, and you can understand where that went. Two brothers.
Oh yeah, those. Hey, in my family there were 7 of us, 6 of us boys. So that's that goes without saying. So the additives are usually the first thing to bake out or to shear out of grade. The oil will shear over time. And the idea would be you've got carbon and hydrogen bonds, and the weaker the base oil that you start with, the weaker those bonds are. So this is real easy it's real easy to picture. You have carbon as a solid, hydrogen as a gas. When you break that bond, the hydrogen becomes a gas and floats away. The carbon leaves a deposit behind inside your engine. So the cheaper, like if we were making oil, the cheaper the oil I bought, or the weaker the base oil. So there's group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the cheaper I went, the faster that oil would break down. Now, the things that are going to happen ahead of time are going to be the additives that are in it are going to bake out, and then the VI improvers are going to bake out. But if you use a full synthetic, like the PAO synthetic that we're talking about, that Blue Diamond, it is near impossible to get it to break. When I say near impossible, I mean, just to give you some rough hours in a lab, we have a test called a D943, and it checks the oxidation point of different oils. And, basically kind of boils the oil with some zinc metal in it and a little bit of water, and you can tell how long it will last. So group 1 base oil, which is the cheapest naphthenic base oil, it smells kind of like naphtha, that would last about 1,000 hours. A group 2, which is what most of the inexpensive engine oils you buy off the shelf would be a group 2. Those would last about 2,000 hours in that laboratory test before they would oxidize. Now, group 3, which is any synthetic oil you buy on the shelf, Mobil, Chevron, anything, it's going to be a group 3. They call that a synthetic. So group 3 will last about 5,000 hours. Now, 5,000 is a lot better than 2,000. I mean, that's 2.5 times. But if you take a group 4, a PAO base oil, it will last 40 to 50,000 hours. So you've just gone way off the scale as far as its ability to not oxidize. I mean, from 5,000 to 40,000 is a huge jump. So hope that gives you some idea of what's going on there.
Yeah. Okay, and that's what I was wanting to know, because me and him had been, he's in Antarctica right now, so I get a break. He's down there mechanicking for somebody. So I had a little testimonial to give you. Truck drivers and mechanics, like I said, don't usually get along. So I take this Peterbilt to the Peterbilt shop, and I hand it to the mechanic. And I turn around and walk away so I don't say nothing that's going to get me in trouble. Okay? Mechanic takes it in there, and he's doing some work on my engine. I get 3 days later, I get a call from the nice fella up front and said, your truck's run, bring money with you. So I get up there, and there's a note on the front of my bill that says, I want to talk to the driver. So I go out there and I talk to him. he's asking me what in the world that I'm using in my motor to keep it so clean, because I got 1.9 million miles on the motor. It was rebuilt at 1 million. He asked me if it'd just been rebuilt. I said, no. I said, it's got 900,000 miles on that rebuild right now. And he said, well, I want to know what you're doing to it. I said, I can't tell you. It's a secret. And he said, he goes, no, seriously, man. He said, we're getting a lot of people that's coming and bringing their equipment out of mothballs. And he said, and next thing you know, they're in here with all. He said, 900,000 miles. I ain't been in an A-cert that's that clean. And I went and got one of the empty bottles and I gave it to him. And I said, see, it says right there on the bottle, secret. You're not supposed to tell nobody. And he looked at me and he said, that's all you're doing? I said, well, the way I understand it, it's a heavy detergent. It cleans everything out, keeps it clean. He said, well, I'll testify to one thing to you. That is the cleanest A-cert I have stuck my fingers in. And that's a Caterpillar mechanic. So that's not a truck driver giving you a testimonial. That's the guy that actually sticks his fingers down inside the motor. And he's saying it does its job. Well, didn't have to sell it to me. I've been using it for years. But, you know, but he wanted to keep the bottle because he wanted to show it to some of them other guys and tell them what he had found in my motor. You know, and
see, that guy should be a dealer for us.
Yeah.
Well, Steve was talking earlier about like who would be a dealer, a direct dealer. That's my guy right there. We give him 5 or 6 cases, he becomes a dealer, and then he can have it there on hand for people. But, that is not the first time I've heard that story. I had another guy who was almost identical to that, and he said the mechanic just could not believe. He said this engine looks brand new. It looks like it just came out of a crate. He said, what are you doing? He did the same thing. He said, I'm using Hot Shot Secret. It is a really amazing product. I didn't even realize how amazing it was until we started going to other companies and showing them what we had, and they were like, "Holy smokes, this is really good." So yeah, you're dead on right there.
I took a 1990 model truck that had been sitting for 12 years, hadn't run in 12 years. I brought it around. The first thing I did is I put your product in that 1990 model motor. Okay. And I drove that truck for 4 years and I replaced one injector that the spring broke on, but none of the other stuff. Everything just started working correctly. And when I replaced that injector down in Houston, Texas, I did it in the parking lot. And I don't like people touching my motor too much. And a mechanic came around and was looking at it. And he said, wow, this thing just been rebuilt. I said, no, it ain't. Been sitting behind the barn for 12 years. He said, ain't no way. He said, you're lying. I said, well, okay then. I can't convince somebody don't want to be convinced, But then I showed him what I was using on it down there. I'm a firm believer in your product, and can't thank you enough for having Steve back on. And Steve, I lost you there for a while, and I was griping at a truck stop about how I couldn't find you, and some guy showed me how to get you on my phone because so I could listen to you every night. Now I'm happy again. See, I was happy, and then I was sad. Now I'm happy again.
I'm glad to hear it. That's right. Well, help spread the word there. That's what it's all about.
All right, gentlemen, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you telling me about that Blue Diamond because that's something I'm going to bring up with him in one of our next talks because he's a research guy. He likes to research everything. So I'm going to have him do some research and may just switch out to that rather than this, shelf-bought oil because I would like to go to the extended changes. I hate changing oil.
You could, if you put a bypass filter on there, it sounds crazy, but you can go 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 miles on an oil change. It's so hard because our brains are so conditioned to think that, you can't do it. But I had personally seen like the oil analysis. I had a guy, this was probably 5 years ago because we just moved a new building. He had a Caterpillar engine with twin turbos, and he called me up and said his oil analysis came through, and I was looking at it, and it was still good. The iron was low, the viscosity was in great, everything was looking good. And he called me up. He said, "Man," he goes, "I got 200,000 miles on this oil." And he said, "It still looks good. The oil analysis comes." He goes, "Should I go ahead and change it anyway just because it's got 200,000 miles?" I'm like, man, Randy, I mean, throw a brother a bone here, man. Why don't you, it's 5 gallons of oil. You know, give me a little bit of help. So he ends up changing the oil, but I don't really know that he had to. I think he just did it as a favor to me. But I mean, you should have seen the oil analysis. I mean, we've seen them come through at 200,000 miles, and it still looks. I mean, it literally looks as good as somebody who took an oil analysis at 15,000 miles. If you took Shell Rotella at 15,000 and compared it to this one at 200,000, this one was better. And it can be done. It just takes a little bit of savviness. You know what I mean? You gotta do the oil analysis. You gotta have a bypass filter. You gotta put the TDM booster in. But compared to changing your oil every 10, 15, 20,000 miles, it's a breeze.
Well, I'm a 10 guy. I was raised by my grandfather, and he was a firm believer in 10, and I still am today. And of course, my little brother, he's telling me, man, I've never seen a man waste so much money in my life. So I'm looking at it. I'm slow, but I'm looking at it.
That's all right. Hey, you have a comfort level. Do an oil analysis. That's the first step. Is check. They're like $20 or on our website, or just call the 800 number and get it. But if you check it at 10,000 miles, it'll tell you what the oil looks like. And this is for everybody that's out there driving, because I know when I was driving, that was my number one expense was my vehicle and my gas and my diesel. But if you just check it once or twice, it will tell you based on your engine and your driving habits how often you need to change oil. So like I may drive your truck and it needs to be changed every 10,000 miles. You may drive it and it's every 20,000. But you don't have to do an oil analysis every time. Just have to do it a couple times, and it'll tell you, hey, the acids are building up, the iron's building up. It's time to change oil. Well, that might be 10,000 miles. It might be 20. But once you do it once or twice, you'll have a high level of comfort to where you'll be able to say, okay, I know that generally speaking, this oil is good to 20, or it's good to 15, or maybe it is 10. Maybe that's the right number.
Okay. All righty. Well, I've got bypass filters. I got 2 of them sitting in the shop that I still in the crate I bought years ago and just never put them on.
Oh, yeah.
So
I've
got them in there. So, all righty. I appreciate your time.
Okay, man. Have a great Christmas.
Thank you much. Yes. Have a great morning. Good weekend. Wheelchair Dave, how the heck are you?
Well, good morning there, fellas. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Chris, how's everything down there in Florida?
Man, this place is addictive. I feel guilty, but once you get down here, it's just so, the sun's shining all the time. Where I'm at in Ohio, up at Mount Gilead, we just get a lot of cloud cover, and you just out doing stuff all the time.
Whereabouts in Florida there are you?
I'm down in Venice. It's, between Sarasota and Fort Myers. Just one of the little communities halfway between.
Steve likes to tease me because when it gets too cold here in Georgia, I go down to my little place there, Leeward Air Ranch / Silver Spring Shores. So I guess you haven't been able to find any Amish donuts down there where you're at.
No, they don't have Amish donuts. I haven't seen any Amish people. They do have a lot of French, though. We got French pastries, and I don't know, man. These French people may have these Amish guys beat. I don't know.
What? Better than Eight Sisters Bakery? No way.
Nah. Let's put it this way. One of those donuts at Eight Sisters Bakery is like 8 of these French pastries, especially the ones that have bacon on it. If you get one of them big cream sticks with bacon, I'm telling you what, that's a breakfast right there.
Chris, thanks again so much for sponsoring Overnight Drive. It's really, really much appreciated, not only by Steve, but his entire audience, and just grow. Now, you being a Buckeye, though, I got to ask your thoughts on that OSU-Michigan game.
It's going to sound really crazy, but I don't pay that much attention to football. How can I do that? I don't know, man. It's like there's so much going on, I just forget about it. But I did hear on the radio that it upset all the odds makers.
The odds makers, the standings. Yep.
Old Jim Harbaugh up there in Michigan decided to take his $500,000 bonus. That's what they get, a $500,000 bonus, whether it's the Buckeyes winning or Michigan winning. Those coaches, he decided to give his $500,000 to trickle down to his staff. So that was
wow.
Yeah, it was a pretty good gesture there.
I'm impressed.
The other thing here, I wanted to. I catch you when I do have the TV on. I do watch one of my favorite TV go-tos is that RFD TV, and you're all over that. Your products and all the shows that you sponsor and stuff on that cable network or whatever you want to call that. You're all over that, and I appreciate that as well.
Well, thank you. We're always looking for ways to find our audience and educate. It's one of the rougher parts about this is, I always feel like our customers are a little bit more educated than the norm. So, trying to keep marketing focused on education and getting the word out and explaining how things work. And I think that in marketing school, they just lean towards promotion. This is great. This is the real stuff. And I said, I don't really think that works. I mean, our folks are pretty savvy. I mean, they understand a lot. If you're, in a truck or if you're a farmer, it takes a lot of mental bandwidth to stay ahead of the game. It kind of bothers me sometimes that I think the public like stereotypes them as, dumb truckers or dumb farmers. And it's like, man, you guys don't understand. These people are small businesmen. I mean, they're loading $100,000 into their business or $200,000 to buy a truck. It's not, there's a lot of serious thinking that goes into all this. I mean, they understand fuel economy, they understand cost of the equipment. They're thinking about all this as they're driving down the road. Don't think of it that way. So it's same way with farmers. I mean, again, some of the most intelligent people I've ever spoken with have been either truck drivers or farmers, and it's, I don't think they ever get the fair shake that they deserve.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Luck, I'm going to try to squeeze Rooster in here. Go ahead, Rooster.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Chris.
Morning, buddy.
I just joined the program this morning, man, and I always love listening to some of your topics, man. You're very knowledgeable about your stuff, and I love your products. I've been using them for over a year now, and
great.
I've been trying to get some of it's kind of it ain't WD-40, but it's the type of lubricant that you've come up with. But every time I've tried to order it, they seem to be out of it. The last couple of times they said they couldn't get the cans, and I didn't know if y'all ever got any of that in or not.
No, we touched on this earlier. That's the one product that is out of stock until they can get the cans. Now we can get it in like smaller quantities, like a quart bottle, or a gallon or something like that. But we did the spray can is the issue, and I'm assuming they come from China. I don't know, but
okay.
They just said. But it's been, started off. It'll be a 2-week delay. You're talking about the Never Rust. And,
Never Rust.
Yeah. So they, started off. It'll be 2 weeks, and it was 6 weeks, and it was 8 weeks, and then it was, we don't know when we're going to get it. We have no delivery date right now. So.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear you all earlier, so I just been in and out of the truck a little bit this morning, so I didn't hear that. So I wasn't trying to be redundant, but I'll tell you what I can do. I guess if that's the case, I can order it, I guess, and put it in the, regular bottle and use it like that, couldn't I?
Yeah, you can. I mean, we thought about that, trying to look for alternatives why this hiccup in the supply chain happens. I'll need to, make sure it's on there. I got to pull it up in front of me and just make sure that they do have it on the website. Yeah, they have it in gallons and 9 ounce, but we may go ahead and offer a quart of it or something just to get by this So,
well, I'll tell you what really turned me on to. I had a friend of mine that had a little bit left in Kennewick night. We was trying to slide tandems on his trailer, and he said, "I ain't putting on this on probably 5-6 months." And he'd been running a bunch of rain, and he said, "Just spray a little bit back there extra on them tandems." And he said, "It'll break free in no time." And he said, "I usually don't even have to have nobody help me." And I said, "Oh, you're crazy." And so we sprayed some back around it, and I mean, when he went to slide, man, that thing, it was like it was on power steering back there. I had never seen tandems slide that easy with that kind of lubricant on it. And I'm like, I got to get some of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's a good story. And earlier I was talking about how, we don't introduce anything with our name on unless it's the best of the best and it's way better than everything else out there. That was one of those products that we held back on for years until we were able to come up with something that was truly better than everything else out on the market. And that's a tough space. There's a lot of spray lubricants out there between Liquid Wrench and WD-40.
Yeah.
There's so many different options, but this one really, that stuff works great.
All right. Well, Rooster, thank you so much for the call. And as soon as I get word or whatever, we'll pass it on that, the cans are back in and it'll be back in stock. But, well, unless we're going to go into overtime, Chris, we've reached the end of another program.
Well, fastest 5 hours of my life, once a month.
Well, it's great talking with you, and if I don't talk to you before Christmas, Merry Christmas, and we'll miss you at the party. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, me and the princess, we got to get up there and see you guys.
We should do that. Just come up and we'll go out to dinner or something.
All right. Well, with that, we are at the 5 o'clock hour, and thank you much. Chris Gabrelchik will chat with you whatever day it is coming in January. As I don't know, the first of the year, it may be the second Friday or something, because I knew New Year's is on like Saturday. So I don't know, maybe it'd be like the 6th, something like that. We'll work it out. But thank you very much. Have a great day and get some rest, and we'll chat with you in January.
Thank you, buddy. You have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. All right. 1 minute past the hour. Overtime, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day miles.